Chapter 6:23. The next day, the main character of the phenomenon in the spiritual light pagoda didn't appear. Several thousand students and elders waited bitterly outside the spiritual light pagoda for an entire night. In the end, they didn't even manage to catch a glimpse of that person. When dawn arrived, they gradually dispersed. Many people were disheartened. Those who came out of the spiritual light pagoda also said that they didn't manage to catch a glimpse of that ferocious person who was able to reach the 6th level. As the main character of the spiritual light pagoda didn't appear, the gazes of those people turned back to the devil rankings. Most of them were paying attention to the 2 mysterious freshmen on the devil rankings. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the Far Light Academy. There were even letters of challenge flying to the freshman area, inviting Yun Nuashing and Xian to fight. However, the 2 of them would usually ignore them. In fact, the majority of the freshmen didn't even know where they lived. Only Mountain and the other 2 would come here every day. On the surface, they were here to be guests, but in reality, they were here to borrow the array. Yun Nuashing also found it funny and didn't reject them. However, when he saw the basket of letters of challenge they brought, his handsome face turned black. The people who sent the letters of challenge ranged from the top 200 to the top 20 of the devil rankings. 40% of them were looking for Xian, while 60% were looking for Yun Nuashing. And when Yun Nuashing saw the basket of letters of challenge, he burned them in front of Mountain and the other 2. I wanted to keep a low profile. If it wasn't for the battle god token, I wouldn't have done those things back then. Who would have thought that it would actually connect to the devil rankings? Yun Nuashing only sighed in response. Half a month after the incident in the spiritual light pagoda, Guyu informed Yun Nuashing that Elder Jinqin had returned. The latter, who was deep in thought, seemed to have thought of something. He thanked Guyu and rushed out of the palace, heading towards the Golden Forest. Xian also hurriedly followed behind him. After rushing into the Golden Forest, Elder Jinqin, who was leisurely drinking tea, stood up when he saw the newcomers. When he heard Yun Nuashing's intentions, he was also stunned. The spiritual light pagoda has sealed the divine weapon, so you can't use it. Jinqin frowned slightly when he heard this. Spiritual items like weapons could be said to be the greatest means of receiving a divine body. If it was sealed, it would be equivalent to sealing half of the body's power. Moreover, if it was the case with Yun Nuashing, it would be equivalent to him losing 99% of his combat power. I don't know about that either. After all, your situation is rare in history. I don't know what will happen if you are thrown into a pile with other tests. Jinqin scratched his head, a little distressed. However, if I give it my all, I might be able to break free from the seal. When I was on the 5th stage, I forced a divine armament to break free and pass the 5th stage, Yun Nuashing said softly. As expected, the one who passed the 5th stage was you. When Jinqin heard his words, he wasn't too surprised. He was just a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Then he opened his eyes wide. Yun Nuashing rushed to the 5th stage without using a divine armament. In the end, he used a divine armament to pass the 5th stage. He was only at the 1st rank of the demon rank. At this time, he also understood why Empress Jean and the others had made their decision. This brat probably didn't need a divine armament to kill a beginner god expert. If he used a divine armament at full power, even an emperor god expert would have to retreat. This brat was a monster. What are the 6th and 7th stages like? Yun Nuashing asked. He needed to pass the 7th stage with the strength of the 1st rank of the demon rank. However, he felt that the 5th stage was incomparably difficult. Without the help of a divine armament, he could only be comparable to an underworld god expert. However, that was only regarding the use of spatial energy. In reality, he was still a weakling at the 1st rank of the demon rank. The 6th stage is darkness. The 7th stage is a trial comparable to an underworld god expert. There is only one enemy. Similarly, that enemy also controls the light element. Jinchen said in a low voice. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he felt a headache coming on. Without a divine artifact, he would be restricted everywhere. He did not think that he would be able to pass through the spiritual light pagoda just by charging through it. At most, he would accidentally die once, and he would not be able to cultivate. However, not being able to cultivate was not a problem. The more difficult problem was that he seemed to be unable to suppress it. The abundant energy in his body was constantly attacking that barrier. He estimated that he would automatically advance to the first rank of the demon rank soon. Even if he didn't cultivate, it would be very difficult to suppress it. He had even cut off his connection with the energy and elements of heaven and earth. However, his cultivation was constantly accumulating. At this speed, he might advance to the second rank of the demon rank in less than 3 months. What a headache! Yun Nuoxing told Jinchen about this situation. The latter also felt a huge headache. In the past, they hoped that their disciples would cultivate as fast as possible. The stronger they were, the better. However, at this moment, they hoped that the former's cultivation would increase slowly. It's like a slow death. Jinchen patted his head. This was really difficult for him. It was impossible to seal one's cultivation. The absorption, spirit divine, physique's ability to devour energy could even devour the seal. Where is Miss Feng? Jinchen suddenly asked as he ran his fingers through his hair. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he lowered his head. Before he could call out, Feng, who was hiding in his chest, flew out and transformed into a great beauty with sexy curves. Her beautiful and elegant face had a trace of confusion. Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuoxing. She seemed to have just woken up. Miss Feng, you have a soul contract with young master. You can enter his soul. Look, Jinchen said softly. It's useless. However, before he could finish, Feng Er interrupted him. She gently held Yun Nuoxing's face and sighed. Sister Zi, Sister Su Ming, Sister XR, and Yishi. The 5 of us worked together, but we still couldn't do anything about the source of the demon qi. It's the demon qi born from Xingxing's soul. We might be able to deal with it if it's an ordinary soul that's infected by the demon qi. But for someone like Xingxing, no matter who it is, once infected, even the gods can't do anything about it. What can we do about it? Looking at Xingxing slowly walking toward self-destruction, we are more anxious and distressed than anyone else. Feng aside, Mei Mao looked a little sad. She stared at Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes. There was attachment and love in them, but more than that, there was anxiety hidden deep inside. Yun Nuoxing's heart trembled. Then he sighed. Letting them watch him walk towards the abyss was probably a kind of torture. He stroked Feng, Oi's hair, and patted Xian's head. In the end, he didn't say anything. What could he say? Looking at the 3 people with his aged eyes, Jinchen smiled bitterly. Then he coughed dryly and said, Let's not talk about the future. Let's talk about the present. Young master, it's almost impossible for you to pass through the 7th step of the Spirit Light Tower with the strength of a demon rank. However, since you can pass through the 6th step, there's still some hope. Now we can only strengthen young master's strength in other aspects. For example, the strength of your physical body. Perhaps young master can go to Baiyun Pavilion to find something suitable for refining your body. I've also thought about what you've said. I've found a divine grade, profound technique here that I can cultivate. However, I'm not sure if I'll be able to increase my cultivation if I cultivate it. Yun Nuoxing sighed. He stroked his ring and took out a golden scroll. Then he handed it to Jinchen. The meaning of his action was self-evident. Seeing him hand over the scroll and hearing that it was a divine grade profound art, Jinchen was a little surprised. It seemed that the estrangement between young master and the 9 deities' temple had long disappeared. Without thinking too much, Jinchen took the scroll and slowly unfolded it. Feng, and Zian also hurriedly came over to take a look. Vajra divine art, a divine grade profound art of body refining. It builds an indestructible body. When cultivated to the advanced level, one's body will be as tough as steel, like a walking, human-shaped divine weapon. However, to cultivate this art, one must bear the pain of tearing the body 9 times. Bones, tendons, meridians, body will be broken, and then the body will be reconstructed. If one can't bear it and gives up halfway, one will be killed by the backlash of the divine art. Those who want to cultivate this art need to think twice before doing it. After reading the divine art, the 3 of them were a little dazed. Zian walked to Yun Nuoxing's, sighed nervously. She held his hand tightly and whispered, "Little star, do you really want to go further and further down the path of a madman? Don't you plan to turn back?" "I don't agree." Even Feng, who had always been gentle, walked to his side and looked at Yun Nuoxing with sharp eyes. He had cultivated enough strange things, but this so-called Vajra divine art was simply a suicidal divine art. He would probably die before he could cultivate it. And this is the 9 tribulations divine art. When cultivating it, one will encounter many unimaginable dangers. Jean Qin frowned. 9 tribulations divine art? Feng, and Zian were a little surprised. Feng frowned slightly. She seemed to have an impression of it. As the name suggests, the 9 tribulations divine art. When cultivating this kind of profound art, one will encounter 9 tribulations. It may be the simplest one, attracting heavenly lightning, or it may be something else. But profound art heart incantations with 9 tribulations are all top profound arts of that grade. Once cultivated and experienced 9 tribulations, one's battle strength will transform and become very terrifying. Jean Qin explained. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he frowned. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. Have you forgotten? The burning soul incantation that you cultivate, as well as the other profound arts and heart incantations, are all 9 tribulations divine arts. Otherwise, how do you think that you had so many heavenly tribulations in the past? Those were all heavenly tribulations that were triggered by the profound arts. Even though you were able to resolve them easily, Z, who was in his soul, said softly. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a long time. Listening to Jean Qin and Zian's discussion, he felt a little helpless. He flipped his hand and put away the Vajra divine art. He sighed and said, "Let me think about it. There's no hurry." Seeing that he seemed to have given up on the idea, the 3 of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then Jean Qin said, "Young master, you can go to the Azure Cloud Pavilion to have a look. There are some pills that have the effect of tempering the body. With young master's physique, the side effects of the pills will be minimized. You can take them without worry." "They can do that?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. The divine body of the Na Ling divine body is dozens of times more sensitive to energy, and it can use energy more efficiently than any other body type. It can be hundreds or even thousands of times more efficient than ordinary people. Once the energy flows through the body, it will be transformed into the purest energy, said Feng softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's eyes rolled a few times. No one knew what he was thinking. His colorful eyes looked at Zian and Feng, and finally fixed on Jean Qin. He nodded and said, "I'll go there now." "Do you know the way? If not, I'll ask Guyu to take you there." Jean Qin nodded and said, "It's okay. I'll just look for it. I won't trouble you, senior." Yun Nuoxing shook his head with a smile. After chatting for a while, Feng changed back to her original form and shrank into Yun Nuoxing's chest. Yun Nuoxing and Feng rushed out of the golden forest and rushed toward the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Jean Qin watched the 2 leave, sighed, and walked back into the thatched cottage. The 3 of them didn't see that under the golden tree outside the thatched cottage, there was a blurry figure, his chest rising and falling rapidly, with Yun Nuoxing and Feng speed. Even though the 2 places were very far away, It only took them half an hour to reach the Azure Cloud Pavilion. And this was under the condition that Yun Nuashing didn't use the light element. The two stood high in the sky and looked down. Under the clouds, there was a magnificent dark green hall that almost blended in with the surrounding forest. A faint immortal aura lingered around it, making it look like a heavenly palace. Everywhere I go, there are people. Looking at the ant-like number of people below, Yun Nuashing felt a little troubled. There were many people in the spiritual light pagoda, the war god temple, and even this rich man's chopping hand, holy land, had many people. Did the Longguang Academy have so many people? Our previous understanding of the Longguang Academy was only the tip of the iceberg, Xian said softly, also somewhat amazed. Let's go. Let's go to the chopping hand, holy land. You choose. I'll do the chopping hand, holy land. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms in front of his chest. There was a dark gold token in his right hand. The 6 zeros on it were extremely dazzling. We've known each other for so long, but I've never given you anything. If you take a fancy to something, don't hesitate to take it. Yun Nuashing smiled at Xian and reached out to rub her head. Xian was startled by these words. Mei Mao stared blankly at Yun Nuashing, but didn't see anything in his eyes. It seemed that he just wanted to give her a gift. After she understood, she also bitterly smiled in her heart. She thought that she had inadvertently melted him, but in the end he was still a stinking stone. Thinking of this, Xian muttered and lightly poked Yun Nuashing's waist with her lily-white hand. Startled, Yun Nuashing suddenly bounced away. Such a big reaction almost made him fly to the sky. This girl. When Yun Nuashing recovered and lowered his head, he only saw Xian making a face at him and throwing the back of her head at him. He bitterly smiled and hurriedly followed her. Chapter 6:24. What appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and Xian was a vast and boundless palace. There was also a dense energy, mist circulating within the palace. Brilliant starlight shone down, causing Yun Nuashing's body to light up with resplendent starlight. Raising his head, he discovered that the palace didn't have a ceiling. Instead, there was a vast and boundless starry sky, a real starry sky. A real starry sky. My body directly reacted. This place shouldn't be too far from the starry sky. How magical! Raising his head to look at the starry sky, Yun Nuashing even wondered if he would directly rush into the starry sky if he were to jump out like this. And in the starry sky, or perhaps in the sky above the palace, there were balls of light the size of a head floating. He could vaguely see all kinds of scrolls, diagrams, crystals, weapons, pills, heavenly treasures, and so on in those balls of light. Although this design is very gorgeous, very powerful, and very generous, Yun Nuashing raised his head to look at the numerous balls of light in the sky. He tilted his head and said to Xian, "Won't your neck hurt if you look at them for too long?" Xian, there's a restriction in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. It's equivalent to a 7th grade divine rank formation. The probability of breaking it is about 30%. Why don't we rob this place? Yun Nuashing opened his evil spirit eye and looked around. Finally, he said with a smile, this defensive measure was really powerful. He hadn't seen a 7th grade divine rank formation many times. Little star, we will be wanted by the Far Light Academy. Xian bitterly smiled. Just as Yun Nuashing and Xian were sizing up the Azure Cloud Pavilion with its starry sky, they suddenly felt that the surrounding gazes seemed to be fixed on them. All right, we're attracting light and attention. I think we should just slip away. Feeling the surrounding gazes that were flickering with amazement, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but cover his face. He adjusted the half mask on his face and sighed. Xian was fine. Not many people in the Far Light Academy could compare with his exquisite appearance. As for himself, although he had already said that he was a man that day, perhaps there were people who liked him? The 2 freshmen on the devil rankings, I really want to get acquainted with them. I heard that today the freshmen are forming their own factions. Some of the more talented ones have been recruited by some of the older students' big societies. I wonder what the 2 first-ranked and second-ranked freshmen plan to do. That day in the Spirit Light Pagoda, the number 3 ranker on the Devil rankings, Senior Ding, went to look for that color-haired guy. However, she was rejected. F*CK, if Senior Sister Ding comes to me, I will definitely join her with all my limbs raised. How can this guy? You are disgusting. Hearing the surrounding voices, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. The young lady beside him also understood his state of mind. Her slender, jade-like hand gently held his hand as they walked towards the interior of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. That freshman is also very pretty. When Xian held Yun Nuashing's hand, the whispers in the surroundings instantly turned into collective sighs. All of them were either shaking their heads or stamping their feet. However, none of them dared to say anything. Although they were freshmen, they were still ranked number 20 and number 36 on the Devil rankings. Could it be that the Academy's Devil rankings had made a mistake? Little Star, why don't you wear female clothing in the future? I will dress you up beautifully. After entering the depths of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, only then did Xian stop his jogging steps. He turned his head and smiled sweetly at Yun Nuashing. How are we going to live like this? Why are you teasing me like this? When Yun Nuashing heard this, his mind automatically flashed back to when Yu Yin was still by his side. She would often dress him up as a girl. His handsome face instantly flushed red as he glared fiercely at Xian. I feel that it's very suitable. Even if Little Star is a girl, I will still like her. Xian smiled and pouted. Her other hand gently caressed Yun Nuashing's face as she smiled. In that instant, Yun Nuashing's heart almost couldn't take it anymore. Yun Nuashing was so embarrassed that his handsome face flushed red. Once again, he was tormented by this lass until he lowered his head. He couldn't help but slap himself in his heart. Why was he so useless? He surrendered after being teased a little. Seeing that he was silent, Xian smiled. She turned her head and looked into the main hall. Her lily-white hand tightly held Yun Nuashing's hand as she walked with light steps, leading him inside. She also knew how to tease him at the right time. If she continued to tease him, Yun Nuashing would probably fight her to the death. If she continued to tease him until they were aroused, the 2 of them probably wouldn't be able to control themselves and would sink into each other. There were few times when Yun Nuashing stopped at the last moment. Otherwise, something really would have happened. Thinking of this, a faint blush appeared on Xian's beautiful face. She immediately suppressed it and secretly scolded herself for being shameless. She didn't have the slightest bit of a girl's modesty. Both of them had an indescribable feeling. Their faces were red as they lowered their heads. Neither of them looked at the other, and neither of them spoke. However, their hands that were holding each other's hands were interlocked, and their grip was getting tighter and tighter. After walking for a while, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked into the sky and the star field. There were hundreds and thousands of transparent balls of light suspended in that area. Sealed within each ball of light were medicinal pills the size of longans. Some words were carved outside the balls of light, introducing the names and effects of the medicinal pills. Yun Nuashing tugged at the small hand in his palm, startling Xian. She quickly raised her head and saw that he was looking up. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief and suppressed her surging emotions. She also lifted Mei Mao to look at the numerous medicinal pills. Both of them had come with a very strong purpose, and that was to find medicinal pills that could temper the body. As a result, they were especially serious when they looked at the pills. Dragon Blood Pill. It can cleanse the blood and change the marrow of people below the demigod level. A faint trace of dragon blood can stimulate the change of the bloodline. It's good, but the medicinal effects of this pill are too violent. If it stimulates the bloodline and causes it to go berserk, it will be unable to absorb it. If it's serious, it will require a blood change. Body Shaping Pill. It strengthens the body and changes the constitution. Bone Refining Pill. It condenses the bones and cleanses the impurities. Xian raised his head and carefully searched through the medicinal pills. However, he suddenly felt that Yun Nuoxing didn't react at all. He couldn't help but lower his head and look at the silent Yun Nuoxing. He asked, "Little star, what are you looking for?" "I'm looking for a red medicinal pill that's suitable for people between the demonic level and the demigod level. It's also an immortal level medicinal pill called the soul tempering and marrow cleansing pill. It can cleanse the soul and all the impurities in the body. It can strengthen the soul, make the soul and body transparent and clear, and make the body more perfect," Yun Nuoxing said softly. "I don't lack methods to temper the body, whether it's a divine weapon or a divine flame. They're constantly cleansing my body. These subtle changes need time to accumulate. What I want to do is to cleanse the deeply hidden impurities in the soul and body. I can speed up this subtle process." An immortal level medicinal pill. Xian's Mei Mao's eyes flickered. She remembered that she saw in the light screen in the token last time. She also saw an immortal level medicinal pill called the Blood God pill. It seemed to cost 8 million energy points. "Do you still remember the Heavenly Spirit branch? The divine item that can be refined without the use of a divine flame." Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at her with a slight smile. The old man who claimed to be the incarnation of the Heavenly Spirit tree left behind 5 9-meter-long branches and hundreds of Heavenly Spirit tree leaves. He had tampered with them himself. The energy was completely restrained and preserved to the greatest extent. Therefore, when he refined them, he didn't need to use too much energy to refine them. Yes, at that time, Little Star used that to connect my broken meridians and even gave me the wood element. Yen nodded her head as a look of reminiscence flashed through her beautiful eyes. That was what he had used when he had given her a new life. How could she forget it? The divine tree ranked third on the heaven and earth treasure ranking, the Heavenly Spirit tree. At that time, I was also simple-minded. I didn't know what kind of opportunity it was to see the Heavenly Spirit tree. Only now do I know why so many people were scrambling for it. It's not an exaggeration to call that thing a divine item among divine items. Yun Nuoxing sighed. She stroked the pendant with her palm and took out a broken emerald branch that was only 1 meter long. A rich vitality pervaded the air, making Xian feel as if she was looking at a towering ancient tree. Its branches and leaves spread out and covered an entire huge city. That rich vitality made her feel her vitality become more active with just a sniff. Her life source also showed signs of growth. This majestic vitality. Xian's Mei Mao was full of shock. She didn't think much of it at that time, but now she understood how precious this divine item was. Oh, if I had to categorize it, I'd rank it as a divine item that surpasses a 12th level material. Yun Nuoxing waved the emerald branch in her hand and smiled. If you use this 1-inch Heavenly Spirit tree branch to refine medicine, you can extend your life by 10 million years. 10 million years! Xian was shocked by this huge number. However, they hadn't experienced such a long period of time, so they didn't know how long the so-called 10 million years was. But thinking about it, this divine item was fatally attractive to countless people who wouldn't want to live a little longer. Putting away the Heavenly Spirit tree branch in her hand, Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "In the things that Xianin left behind, I discovered a secret method that can fuse natural treasures into pills that have already been formed. It can stimulate the effects and increase the effectiveness. As for the multiplier, it depends on the level of the natural treasure. I estimate that an inch-long Heavenly Spirit tree branch can increase the effectiveness of an immortal-grade pill by more than 6 times. The soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pill can strengthen the soul. I'm not too sure how it can be strengthened. If I can break through the shackles of the realm and let my soul advance from the peak of the demigod realm to the demigod realm or even the god realm, I'm a little confident that I can get rid of the demonic chi in my soul. If I fail, I'll suffer backlash." Yun Nuoxing smiled. "How much is a little confident?" Zian blinked at Mei Mao and asked softly. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She lowered her head and saw those limpid eyes staring straight at her. Her heart skipped a beat and the feeling of wanting to lie disappeared. She smiled bitterly and stretched out 3 fingers, saying, 30%. That's true. Seeing this, Zian sighed. However, she was already mentally prepared and wasn't surprised. I thought you would stop me or say something else. Seeing that, she just nodded quietly. Yun Nuashing was a little stunned. Her reaction didn't seem right. What doesn't need to pay a price? The demonic qi in your soul is already a dead end. You have a 30% chance of getting rid of it. Little Star is a true genius. Why should I stop you? You can't suppress your realm anymore. I should support you instead. Zian shrugged and sighed. Mei Mao stared at that beautiful face and couldn't help but stretch out her hand to caress it. It was because she cared that she could only endure the pain and let him do it. If he could get rid of this 30% chance, his future would be bright. If he couldn't, then she would quietly stay by his side and accompany him as he continued to search for a solution. She didn't want her thoughts to be a burden to him. Lass, hearing this and looking at her clear Mei Mao, Yun Nuashing's heart warmed slightly. If you want to thank Little Star, just open your heart to me. Zian smiled gently. She leaned closer and rubbed her cheek against his face. Yun Nuashing nodded silently. He raised his head and continued to search among the balls of light in the sky. The soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pill was considered a high-grade immortal pill. Even the Far Light Academy might not have such a precious pill. All right, that was a slap in the face. However, just as Yun Nuashing felt that there shouldn't be any, he saw a red pill. Looking at the name, it was the soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pill. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. 12 million. Damn, isn't this too expensive? However, when he saw the number outside, his eyes widened in shock. He lowered his head and looked at the energy value in his hand. He couldn't help but slap his forehead. He thought that 8 million was already a lot. Zian also saw his embarrassment and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She handed over her token and said with a smile, "Use mine." Then I'll borrow it first. Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. He took her token and transferred 4 million energy value to his own token. Looking at the dazzling 12 million on his token, he felt an inexplicable heartache, looking up at the soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pill floating in the air. Yun Nuashing raised his right hand. A suction force erupted from his palm and sucked the ball of light into his palm. Just as he was about to use his token to open it, a sudden shout came from behind him, causing his hand to pause. "Stop!" A hint of surprise flashed across Yun Nuashing's colorful eyes. Just as he turned his head, a white figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. The sharp wind from his palm brought along a sharp whistling sound as it slapped toward his wrist. The strong wind caused his windbreaker to flap loudly. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to throw the ball of light in his hand behind him, a purple figure appeared like a ghost and blocked his path. The 5 fingers of her jade-like hand clasped together, and a small formation appeared in the palm of her hand. The power of the 5 elements rapidly condensed and violently blasted out with a terrifying force. The palm containing the 5 elements collided with the sharp, whistling palm, causing a series of dull sounds to erupt. Amidst the elemental explosion, both of them took a few steps back. Yun Nuashing freed one hand and hurriedly hugged Zian's slender waist. He raised his head and looked at the person in white who attacked. His colorful eyes narrowed slightly and some coldness surged in them. Chapter 6, 25. The white-robed man who appeared before Yun Nuashing and Zian had a rather young appearance, looking to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was dressed in white robes that fluttered in the wind, exuding a cold aura that made people want to keep their distance from him. His face was covered with scars, and if one ignored those scars, they would see an extremely handsome face. There was a bestial vigilance between his brows, as though he would explode in the next second. His eyes were as vicious as a wolf's, causing the hearts of those who saw it to tremble. The energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire great hall, causing the people of the Azure Cloud Pavilion to turn their gazes over in curiosity. Those who were standing far away hurriedly flew over to the place of the conflict, wanting to watch the show. Those who were standing nearby couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the white-robed man. Yan Mo, that mission maniac and battle maniac. The 15th ranked on the devil rankings, Yan Mo. When he was in the academy, didn't he always stay in the War God Hall and leave after accepting missions? Why would he appear in the Azure Cloud Pavilion today? Phew, those wolf-like eyes caused my aura to freeze. I heard that he is addicted to missions and rarely returns to the academy to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that he never went to the War God Hall to update his ranking, one of the top 10 spots on the devil rankings would definitely be moved away. Hearing the whispers in the surroundings, Yun Nuashing lowered his head and glanced at Xian. Seeing that she wasn't injured and was only pushed back by a single palm strike, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he reprimanded her. Why did you rush over? I saw that it was inconvenient for your hands, so I subconsciously. After being reprimanded by him, Xian couldn't help but shrink her head back. Her beautiful eyes looked at him pitifully. Seeing that he seemed to be a little angry and a little worried, she felt a sweetness in her heart. However, when she displayed such emotions, it caused the people in the surroundings to gulp down their saliva. Yun Nuashing was startled by her acting cute and sighed. Since it was inconvenient for his hands to move, he could only use his forehead to touch her forehead as he softly said, "Idiot! When did you see that I couldn't handle it?" After saying that, he used his arm to help her up. With a flip of his hand, he kept the token and picked up the hat that was blown away. Patting it, he carefully placed it on her head. After that, he looked at Yan Mo in a bad mood and said, "What do you want?" After Yan Mo clashed head-on with Xian, he was sent flying a few meters away. At this moment, his wolf-like eyes were glaring at Xian. He was surprised at how young Xian was, and also surprised that he was almost defeated by her with a single palm strike. The Far Light Academy was known as the Battle Maniac and the Mission Maniac. He, Yan Mo, had been in the academy for 5 years, but the time he spent in the academy might not exceed 3 months. Most of the time he would run out after accepting missions, completing countless semi-god rank missions, and even team missions. He had once said that if it wasn't for the fact that he was too lazy to go to the combat hall to test his combat strength, he would definitely be in the top 5 of the demon rankings. This was something that everyone acknowledged. Moreover, in the near future, he would be able to enter the semi-god rank. However, today he was sent flying by a palm strike from a girl who looked very young. What he was sent flying by that palm strike might have been his spirit, his world. However, there was one thing that was certain. The pride in his heart was hurt. However, such emotions only existed for a second. He who lived like a wild beast naturally wouldn't be easily affected by such things. It wasn't easy for him to lose his will to fight. That alchemy pill is mine. His snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Yan Mo's fierce gaze pierced through his bangs, staring at Yun Nuashing as he coldly spoke. Staring at his beast-like eyes, Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes as she frowned. She took a step forward, blocking Xian behind her. Her left hand was still holding onto the soul-forging, marrow-cleansing pill. She brought it before her and seriously looked at it before she calmly spoke. "Sir, your name is Yan Mo. In the introduction of this soul-forging, marrow-cleansing pill, there's no mention of your name, Yan Mo. Also, there are a few large words written on the back of this pill. Look carefully, belonging to the Far Light Academy. What does it have to do with you?" "I said it's mine, so it's mine." Yan Mo suddenly took a step forward and stared coldly at Yun Nuashing. Hearing the tyrannical tone in his voice, the spectating students couldn't help but bitterly smile. This mission madman was still so tyrannical. although this new student was ranked number 20 on the devil rankings. Yen Mo's strength was comparable to the top 5. This time around there would be trouble. 12 million energy points. Can you afford it? Yun Nuashing raised her eyes as she calmly spoke. Yen Mo raised his head and cracked his neck. A series of cracking sounds rang out as he waved his arm, his veins throbbing, and took out his command medallion. After that, he flipped it over and saw the value of 15 million written on it. Many people drew in a breath of cold air. Heavens, this was truly a mission madman. How many missions did he have to complete in order to gather 15 million energy points? Yun Nuashing lowered her head and looked at the ball of light. She suddenly sneered and looked at Yen Mo with disdain as she calmly spoke. All right, you can afford it. However, we came here first, and we also have enough energy points to buy this pill. Tell me, why should I give the item in my hands to you? Because of me. Yen Mo abruptly took a second step forward. A surge of violent devil chi soared into the sky, bringing with it waves of baleful aura. It was like a primordial beast that was released from its cage, causing the spectating students to feel stuffy in their chests. It was difficult for them to breathe as they hurriedly retreated. With my explosive temper, I won't give it to you. What's the matter? Just these 2 words caused Yin Nuashing's explosive temper to rush to her head. She coldly snorted as a surge of terrifying soul force gushed out from her forehead, blocking the aura that was rushing over like a ferocious beast. Bang, 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 bang. 2 formless energies collided between the 2 of them, causing a series of muffled sounds to ring out. The ground of the Azure Cloud Pavilion was blasted open, creating several large craters. Shattered rocks flew everywhere. The 2 of them stood firmly at their original location, not retreating even a small step. It's over. This freshman doesn't want to live anymore. In the academy, other than those monsters in the top 10 of the devil ranking, this is the first time I've seen someone who dares to confront Yen Mo. When the students saw Yen Mo erupting with his aura, they couldn't help but cover their eyes. They were very clear about the consequences of going against Yen Mo. Looking at Yen Mo's increasingly gloomy gaze, Yun Nuashing's expression also sank. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. You are looking for a beating? Everyone felt that the whistling of the wind in the surroundings had stopped. Even though there were 2 waves of energy clashing, it was so quiet that they could hear a pin drop. This was the first time they had seen such a ferocious person. She actually dared to say to that beast-like lunatic that he was looking for a beating. That guy was ranked 15th on the devil ranking, but his actual combat prowess was comparable to the top 5. He was as ferocious as a wild beast and would often hibernate in the Devil Beast Mountain, drinking the blood of demonic beasts. Even demigod-ranked demonic beasts would be smacked to death by him. Yet today, someone actually dared to say that he was looking for a beating. Seeing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, the people in the surroundings hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The moment the words Yin Nuashing came out, this fight was already unavoidable. Brett, you are very good. What's your rank on the devil ranking? Yen Mo's expression turned somewhat malevolent because of those 2 words. Waves of ferocious bestiality erupted from him, as though he was a ferocious beast. 20. Yun Nuashing calmly replied. Billowing elemental energy and astral energy had already condensed. If this Yen Mo really wanted to fight, he didn't mind using the light element to let the latter experience what it felt like to fly. Hearing the number, veins popped out on Yen Mo's face. He felt humiliated. A fellow ranked 20th on the devil ranking actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. Brat, today I will teach you how to keep a low profile in the academy. Yen Mo opened his mouth and roared. His body trembled slightly as waves of dense green energy gushed out, enveloping his entire body. He stomped his feet on the ground, creating a huge crater. His body was like a gigantic demonic beast that was rampaging about, bringing with it violent energy as he charged fiercely toward Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing coldly stared at Yen Mo, who was charging over. The strong wind caused his black windbreaker and rainbow-colored hair to flutter. In his rainbow-colored eyes, Yen Mo's figure rapidly enlarged. Yun Nuashing's countenance turned slightly cold. His right hand casually stretched out, but when he did so, a formation flashed on his wrist. After that, he gently stretched out his hand, as though wanting to forcefully block Yen Mo's attack. This fellow is crazy. If he charges over like that, his hand will be broken. Everyone in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he intending to compete in strength? Although they didn't know what level Yun Nuashing was at, a freshman shouldn't be stronger than 3rd seal of the devil rank. Was he intending to use the physical strength of 3rd seal of the devil rank to fight against a peak devil rank, human-shaped demonic beast? A shocking glow flashed across Yen Mo's ruthless eyes when he saw this. The wild and violent energy on his body became much denser at this moment. The frightening strength merely brushed past the ground and formed a deep gully. Yen Mo's enormous hand clenched into a fist as he looked at the girl's white hand that was within reach. He threw it forward in a lightning-like manner. A wind tore through the air and lifted layers of the floorboards. Bang! The oppressive sound of flesh colliding caused the surrounding ground to collapse. Everyone hurriedly closed their eyes. With this full-force charge, even if that freshman didn't die, he would be severely injured. They couldn't bear to see what would happen to that freshman. I thought that you would use your head to charge over. However, a faint teasing voice caused everyone's heart to jump. They hurriedly opened their eyes and looked over. They saw that Yun Nuashing's seemingly weak palm was resisting a fist that was several times larger than his palm. Wisps of white smoke were emitted from the surroundings. No matter how much strength the huge fist exerted, it was unable to push the slender palm away even a little. Wow! Damn! What a fierce person! He actually blocked Yen Mo with his bare hands. When everyone saw this, they suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The degree of their reaction was not any weaker than before. Yen Mo was also startled for a moment. A trace of shock flashed across his ruthless blood-red eyes. Even a peak devil-class expert would not be able to block his charge just like that. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground. Yen Mo's body started to spin like a top. His leg carried the sound of wind and thunder as it fiercely swung towards Yun Nuashing's arm. Sensing the enormous strength of that force, Yun Nuashing still raised her right hand gently, for 5 tiny formations appeared on her arm. Just as they were formed, the right leg that was swung over like a huge tree also heavily collided with the formations. Its strength was completely blocked and dissipated by the 4 formations. Yen Mo's eyes shrank slightly. He suddenly retracted his right leg and jumped back a few meters. His feet were like the wind as his body used the rebounding force to shoot out like a cannonball. Green energy quickly gathered on his right hand, and he tightly clenched it into a claw. Like a falcon hunting its prey, he quickly pounced towards Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing slightly retracted her palm and twisted it slightly. After that, she once again stretched it out in an ordinary manner. This time, a total of 6 formations were connected and condensed in front of her palm, forcefully receiving this ferocious attack. The green energy swept across the 6 layers of formations, causing the latter to rapidly shake. However, not a single formation was broken. However, it caused the surrounding floor to be torn into powder. Bastard! In a short 2 minutes, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Fierce gales destroyed the floor of the large hall into a mess. Yun Nuashing was still like a mountain. No matter how Yen Mo attacked from all directions and used all his methods, he did not move half a step. Even the ground 1 foot in front of him was completely undamaged, causing the latter to be alarmed. This freshman is haunted? The surrounding onlookers could not help but cry out in surprise. With Yen Mo's strength at the peak of the devil rank, he was actually unable to make a freshman take a step back. Even in the High Light Academy, there were very few people who could win against the former's strength. Are you done with your self-satisfied attacks? If you are, it should be my turn, right? After swinging her wrist that was a little tired from holding it up, Yun Nuashing once again blocked Yen Mo's attack. At the instant she shook him off, a wave of blazing fire elements violently pounced towards her through the contact between their limbs. The intense burning sensation caused the latter to feel pain, and she hurriedly retracted her palm. After that, she saw a ray of light descending on her chest like lightning. Chapter 6:26. Yun Nuashing's expression was as calm as ever. Her palm, which was condensed with the element of light and divine flames, fiercely slapped towards Yen Mo's shoulder, who was stunned for a moment. Formations appeared one after another, and a total of 12 formations were condensed into one. Looking at the momentum, she did not plan to show any mercy. Stop! However, just as Yun Nuashing's palm was only an inch away from Yen Mo's shoulder, an aged shout suddenly rushed over from the distance. The energy contained in the shout caused the eardrums of the students present to hurt. A buzzing sound rang out as if they had tinnitus. The instant the shout rang out, Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the palm that was only an inch away from Yen Mo's shoulder instantly stopped as if it had been frozen. The enormous energy that had been condensed was also retracted in an instant, and not a single bit of it touched Yen Mo Hum. The instant Yun Nuashing's palm stopped, two extremely powerful gusts of wind suddenly swept down from the sky, turning into two storms that blew Yun Nuashing and Yen Mo apart, separating them by a dozen meters. After being blown away by the storm, Yun Nuashing's mind moved. Spatial energy wrapped around her, and she landed steadily on the ground. Her left hand was steadily holding on to the ball of light from the beginning to the end, while Yen Mo staggered backwards. In the end, he fiercely stomped his foot on the ground, dispersing the force of the blow. Only then did he stabilize his body, creating a pit in the ground. After the two of them stabilized themselves, they glanced at each other. Then, like everyone else, they turned their gazes towards the direction where the shout had come from. A few figures quickly flew over from the Azure Cloud Pavilion's passageway. The person in the lead was clearly an old man. His speed was extremely fast, and everyone only felt that he had appeared in front of them in a flash. Elder Ming. It seems that someone has gone to inform them. Even the elder guarding the Azure Cloud Pavilion has been called out. Seeing the tall and straight figure of the black-haired old man, the surrounding students were startled. Soon after, they involuntarily wiped the sweat from their foreheads. It seemed that today's matter could come to an end. Elder Ming had been guarding the Baiyun Pavilion and would not come out unless something happened. It seemed that the fight between the two of them had alarmed this elder. Fighting is not allowed in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. The notice at the entrance clearly states that, "Are you all blind?" A black-haired old man shouted coldly as he looked around with a sharp gaze. Hearing the old man's question, the surrounding students all closed their mouths and shrunk their heads, not saying a word. The elders in the college were all gods of the initial god level, and they had great power. It would not be fun to offend them. Elder Ming. In the silence, Zian walked up to the old man with the light ball in her hand and said respectfully, "I want to exchange it for this soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pill." 12 million energy value. Go to the entrance and register it. Then use a token and stick it on. I will first deal with the matter of these two fellows. You can go by yourself. The old man raised his head and glanced at Ziyan, after which he pointed in a direction and spoke in an indifferent manner. "Thank you, elder." Hearing this, Ziyan smiled and cupped her hands towards the old man. Then she mischievously winked at Yun Nuashing and walked towards the entrance with the light ball in her hand. Yan Mo, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze, suddenly jumped up when he saw that the light ball was about to be taken away by Xian. Green energy surged. What about you? Come over here and stand properly. You dare to make a move in front of this old man? Do you want me to ban you from entering the Bai Yun Pavilion? However, before he could pounce, the old man suddenly berated him. Yan Mo was so shocked that his entire body trembled. Although he was unwilling, he could only watch as Xian's figure slowly disappeared into the crowd. Then he turned his fierce gaze towards Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing sneered when she saw his fierce gaze. When the old man stopped them, she had already thrown the soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pills and the token to Xian. As for herself, she had caused such a big commotion. She should just wait to be punished. Quiet? If it's quiet, then tell me what happened. Who can make a sound? The two of you. Stand still. You have no right to speak. The old man glanced at the two of them and said indifferently. When he saw that the two of them were about to speak again, he berated them again. Yan Mo was so angry that his face turned black. Yun Nuoshing could only pout, helplessly, and obediently lower her head. This was the first time she had been lectured in public. Where should she put her old face, seeing that the two of them were completely silent? Elder Ming rolled his eyes and looked around the place. He casually pointed at a person and said indifferently, You, tell me what happened just now. Seeing that Elder Ming was pointing at him, that student was also shocked. He walked out with his heart in a mess. He carefully glanced at Yun Nuoshing and then at Yan Mo, who still had a fierce look on his face. He only felt bitterness in his heart. It seemed that no matter what he said, something bad would happen. However, he still braced himself and clasped his hands towards Elder Ming. He told the whole story without adding any details. With so many people present as witnesses, Elder Ming could not find a second person. If his story was too bizarre, he would definitely be punished. When he heard that student say that Yun Nuoshing was the freshman who had caused a huge commotion, a hint of surprise flashed across Elder Ming's eyes. However, he hid it in an instant. Then he glanced at Yan Mo indifferently. After being glanced at, Yan Mo, who already had a fierce expression, finally showed some bitterness. Yan Mo, you are a senior, but you actually snatched something from a freshman. I don't know what to say about this. Elder Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the entire story. He shook his head and said indifferently, The item from the Baiyun Pavilion is on display there. Although you have worked hard for over a year for that enormous energy value, everything has to be done on a first-come, first-served basis. Rules are rules. Now that the soul-forging, marrow-cleansing pill has already been exchanged with that little girl, you should give up. When Yan Mo heard this, his bitter expression changed a few times. A moment later, he glanced at Yun Nuoshing with extreme unwillingness. He did not win the fight and did not manage to snatch the item. He was really aggrieved. However, in front of Elder Ming, he did not dare to resist and could only nod his head gloomily. However, I have said that rules are rules. The two of you fought in the Bai Yun Pavilion. After all, you have violated the rules. The punishment is that you are not allowed to step into the Bai Yun Pavilion for a month. Do you have any objections? Elder Ming glared at the two of them and said indifferently, No. This student accepts the punishment wholeheartedly. Yun Nuoshing smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Not being able to enter the Baiyun Pavilion for a month was nothing to him. In any case, he rarely needed the items inside. No. Yan Mo's voice was low. For a mission maniac like him, not returning to the academy for a month was nothing. Every day, he would bury himself in missions and grind for energy value. He was about to go crazy. This punishment was not painful at all. Since you don't, then hurry up and leave. Elder Ming nodded his head. Seeing that the two of them were still standing at the same spot, like pillars, his eyes could not help but widen as he berated them. The two of them were so shocked that their bodies trembled. They did not have the time to say anything and immediately ran away, causing a burst of laughter. Only when they ran out of the Bai Yun pavilion did the two of them stop while panting. They turned their heads and looked inside. Only when they did not see Elder Ming chasing after them did they breathe a sigh of relief. 20th on the devil rankings, right? I'll remember this debt. I'll come back to ask for your guidance in the future. Yun Nuashing looked around, searching for Xian's figure. Yan Mo's eyes had returned to normal, and the fiendish aura on his body had also disappeared. It was as if he had become a different person. His voice had also become calm, without any fluctuations. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing turned his head strangely, but saw that he had already disappeared. Only then did he let out a heavy sigh. What a strange fellow! Little star! A gentle and light voice came from behind, causing Yun Nuashing to smile. He turned his head and saw Xian jogging over from not far away. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he also heaved a sigh of relief. You're fine? Mei Mao scanned his body. Xian chuckled. I've been punished by not being able to enter the Azure Cloud Pavilion for a month. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and chuckled indifferently. Hearing this, Xian's red lips moved slightly. He smiled and didn't say anything. He handed over the jade bottle that contained the soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pills and said, the rank 8 War God token reduced my energy by 10%. I heard that the rank 9 War God token can reduce my energy by 20%. After receiving the pills, Yun Nuashing was slightly taken aback. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. He didn't have any other requests anyway. He held her small hand and slowly walked out of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Before he left, he turned his head and looked in the direction that Yan Mo had disappeared. He couldn't help but sigh. Although he was in the right, he had still offended Yan Mo. He wasn't afraid of a peak devil rank expert, but according to his thoughts, the latter wouldn't let things go. The most unavoidable sin in the world is called arrogance. Perhaps I'm the same. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. Then he let out a long sigh. Forget it. He didn't want to think about it anymore. When the two of them returned to the freshman area, they suddenly felt that this was the first time they had returned. It was so quiet that the two of them were stunned. Usually this place was very lively. Why didn't they see anyone today? When they returned to the small palace, before they even entered, they saw a student squatting by the lake very quietly. When he saw Yun Nuashing and Xian return, he was first stunned. Then his face exploded with ecstasy. Like a little rabbit, he jumped and ran to the side of the two of them. Brother Yun, Sister Xian. The student shouted happily. Then he cupped his hands and said, We freshmen are forming our own club and faction in the square. Brother Lin told me to tell you personally. When the two of them heard this, they remembered that they seemed to have heard someone say that the freshmen were forming their own faction in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Why did he call us? Yun Nuashing smiled. The two of them didn't seem to fit in. Among the freshmen, at most, they knew Big Mountain and the other two. But among the freshmen, there must have been a group of people who got along well. The two of them seemed to be wandering on the periphery of this group. They didn't expect that someone would call them. Brother Lin said that he admires Brother Yun and the two of you very much. He has always wanted to find a chance to meet you, but he didn't have the chance. That's why he wanted me to try to invite you when we're forming the club today. The freshman cupped his hands and smiled very brightly, like a young boy who hadn't seen much of the world. Big Mountain. Oh, what about Zhongsongbai and the rest? Did they go too? Yun Nuashing also smiled. This guy's smile was very clear. It reminded him of when Jin Wang first saw him. Big Brother Zhong and Big Brother Chuan are the few demon stage powerhouses among the freshmen, so they naturally went too. Now almost all the freshmen of this batch are gathered at the square. Not only the area where we came from, but also the other 3 areas. It's very lively. The freshmen's eyes were filled with longing, as if he couldn't wait to fly over and take a look. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself for a while. He remembered that Jean Chin had said that there were about 70 to 80,000 freshmen who stayed behind. That square would probably be very lively now. "What's your name?" Yun Nuashing asked with a smile. Seeing that there seemed to be hope, the freshman cupped his hands excitedly and said happily, "Brother Yun, my name is Mu Qing. If you don't mind, you can call me Little Qing in the future." What a simple child. Zian smiled and transmitted his voice to Yun Nuashing. This Mu Qing looked like she was less than 20 years old. At their age, calling her a child seemed a little. You aren't that much older than him. "I cough." This old man hasn't even said anything yet. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and transmitted his voice back, acting like an old man. "You only look 14 or 15 years old." Zian also turned around and rolled her eyes, leaving him speechless. Mu Qing, who was at the side, blushed when she saw the two exchanging glances. Looking at Zian's exquisite face, she felt a little envious of Yun Nuashing. Although the two of them didn't appear in front of the freshmen, they were already regarded as male gods and goddesses. Being able to enter the top 40 of the Devil rankings in a batch of freshmen shocked countless freshmen. It was hard to imagine. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate right now, she couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, only Brother Yin was worthy of such a girl. "Little Qing, let's go to the square to take a look." A soft call caused Mu Qing to quickly pull Yin Yu's attention back. Seeing the two of them smiling, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Her head was nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. She responded loudly and hurriedly led the way. Chapter 6:27. As dusk approached, a bustling public square was bustling with activity. Red lanterns and flagpoles could be seen everywhere. Streams of people could be seen everywhere. Most probably, if one walked in, they wouldn't be able to find where they were. The atmosphere was so lively that it felt like a festival, with such a huge commotion among the freshmen. Even the seniors retracted their arrogance and chose to hide in the crowd, casually looking around. The seniors of the previous batches had also organized similar events. Now that they were here, they were reminiscing about the times when they were freshmen. Unknowingly, years passed by. There are so many people, and there are so many seniors. I feel that there are more seniors here. At the end of the public square, Yun Nuashing and the other two slowly walked out. When they saw so many people here, Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. This crowd was so dense that it could scare someone with trypophobia to death. Brother Lin said that the majority of the seniors here are reminiscing about the past when they were freshmen. Occasionally, there would be seniors who don't belong to any organizations that would join the freshmen. There are also seniors who would take this opportunity to recruit more students. After all, the freshmen are the fresh blood. No matter which organization they join, they would be welcomed. Mu Qing smiled as he spoke. After that, he pointed to the seats and introduced what organizations they belonged to, who established them, what groups they belonged to, and who was the leader of them. I feel that this is more like a New Year's gathering. Yun Nuashing placed his palm on his forehead and glanced around. This festive atmosphere caused him to recall the time when he was in the mystic dragon continent. At that time, when the mystic dragon ritual had just started, every household was filled with joy. After all, this is a large-scale gathering. Over 80% of the freshmen would come here. Occasionally, we would even see seniors on the Devil rankings. However, I'm not sure about that. What I know is that there are 2 freshmen on the Devil rankings before me. Mu Qing chuckled as he rubbed his head, causing Yun Nuashing and Zian to shrug their shoulders. Unexpected, this was truly unexpected. The 3 of them walked and stopped. Occasionally, Mu Qing would inquire about information from some of the factions. This fellow had a harmless and delicate face. He looked like a little sunshine, especially that sunny smile of his, which made many people happy to chat with him. He also used this advantage to inquire about a lot of information. Among the freshmen, other than Brother Yun, Sister Xian, and Brother Lin, I heard that there are 3 very powerful fellows. They are all half-demon powerhouses and are said to be very talented. A few elders have taken a fancy to them and want to take them in as disciples, Mu Qing said mysteriously. The students who enter the Far Light Academy have to go through many rounds of selections. Those who stand out from the selections are naturally the geniuses among the geniuses. The divine world is vast, and there are countless people. What we don't lack the most is the number of people. Naturally, the number of geniuses that are born will not be small. I have seen many geniuses. They only need some time to become top-notch experts. Yun Nuoxing sighed as he spoke. He thought of the Taiyuan Grand Assembly and couldn't help but say, "But how much time does the divine world have left?" After he said that, Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and, as expected, saw Mu Qing's eyes flickering with excitement. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Brother Yin, did you come from another region of the divine world? I haven't left Xiaoguang City yet. What is the outside world like?" The young boy's eyes flickered with admiration. He yearned for Yun Nuoxing's deep and rich stories. He yearned for the latter's experiences and the world outside of Xiaoguang City. Every city is a miniature version of this world. Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. His experience wasn't very high. Many of his insights came from ancient books and reading books. Reading books was one of his few hobbies. Hearing this, which was equivalent to admitting it, the excitement in Mu Qing's eyes intensified. He couldn't help but say, "No wonder I felt that Brother Yin and Sister Xian were very mysterious. It turns out that you've seen the world." The world? Was the Taiyuan Grand Assembly counted? Yun Nuoxing and Mu Qing looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Even if it was, they were just little brats. They weren't much older than Mu Qing. It was just that, for some special reasons, they had been running around outside. Hence, they weren't used to this kind of academy life. "Brother Lin." As they walked, Yun Nuoxing suddenly saw Mu Qing jump up in excitement. He waved vigorously in a certain direction, which made him look over as well. He saw a place packed with people. There were a few people sitting behind a table, and they were in a flurry. On the wall beside the stall, a young boy and a young girl were leaning against it. Their eyes were filled with smiles as they looked at the overcrowded stall. When they heard the sudden shout, the 2 of them turned their gazes. When they saw Mu Qing, they raised their hands and waved. When they saw the 2 people walking over with him, they were stunned. Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes also looked at the 2 of them with some interest. These 2 people were really a match made in heaven. Their appearances were also quite extraordinary. The young man's eyes were slightly languid. His soft and slightly messy black hair was tied up with a blue butterfly hairband. His youthful and handsome face was a little thin. His clear facial features gave his face a gentle and soft feeling. His pitch-black eyes were bottomless, but they also revealed the innocence and carefreeness of a young man. Faint, fiery patterns fell on his slender body, forming a faint halo around him. It was comfortable and beautiful, calm and gentle. This was Yun Nuoxing's first impression of him. However, the feeling in the bottom of his heart told him that this young man was a powerful person. This intuition that came from nowhere made him stunned. Then he chuckled in his heart. This young man probably had a lot of stories. The young girl beside him was slim and elegant. Her figure was slender and graceful. Under her blue dress, her slender waist outlined a moving curve. Her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her clear, glass-like eyes made people feel the calmness in her heart when they looked at her. Tiny fragments of candlelight shone from the side, making the young girl's delicate face exceptionally beautiful. From the many eyes that were secretly looking at her, one could tell that this young girl already had such amazing charm. If she grew up, she would be even more amazing. While Yun Nuoxing and Xian were sizing up the 2 of them, The two of them were also sizing up the former. Although the former two of them had deliberately covered their faces, the temperament that was engraved in their bones could not be concealed. It was different from what others had described. They were not overbearing or condescending. What they had was a natural, distant, and ethereal aura. Gradually, the four of them stopped when they were less than 2 meters apart. Mu Qing also saw that the four of them had already met gazes. He tactfully cupped his hands at Yun, Nuoxing, and Zian, then quietly retreated to the side. For pairs of eyes met in the air. There was only silence. Even the noise around them could not reach their ears. "Nice to meet you. I am Lin Sheng. This is my girlfriend, Yi Qinglian." The young man who called himself Lin Sheng slowly stepped forward and cupped his hands at the two of them. Seeing this, the young girl in blue also stepped forward and cupped her hands. Mei Mao was still sizing up the two of them. Yun Nuoxing and Zian also cupped their hands and smiled. "Nice to meet you." After that, he gently took off his mask and hat. His appearance that was completely revealed caused the two of them to be stunned. Not only were they stunned when they saw Ziyan's appearance, but even though Yun Nuoxing was wearing men's clothing and claimed to be a man, they were also stunned when they saw him. This person was much more beautiful than a woman. As for my real name, I can't say it because of some things. My surname is Yun. Yun as in by Yin. This is Zian. Yun Nuoxing smiled. He did not know where his name had flown to or how far it had spread. It was better not to say it if he could. Hearing this, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian nodded to express their understanding. Everyone had their own little secrets. They had just met, so it was impossible to say it out loud. The two men and two women gently shook hands. Then Lin Sheng smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yin, are you also interested in this new student society?" "We're just here for a stroll. We don't have any intention of joining any factions. We're already used to being alone." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He didn't know how many times he had said these words after entering the Highlight Academy. After thinking for a while, he said, "Moreover, our positions. Yes, it's slightly awkward. Wherever we go, we'll accidentally step on landmines." "Haha, Brother Yin, are you talking about the Azure Cloud Pavilion? That Yen Mo is known as a mission maniac. He has experienced countless killings. We didn't expect Brother Yin to go up against him," Lin Sheng said softly. Lin Sheng said softly. When he mentioned Yen Mo, some seriousness flashed across his pitch-black eyes. An expert of that level gave him an extremely great pressure. However, as long as he was given enough time, it was not impossible for him to surpass Yen Mo. Has it already spread? Hearing him say Yen Mo's name, Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. Then he laughed bitterly. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. It hadn't even been half a day since the incident. Almost all the new students are paying attention to the matter between Brother Yun and Miss Z. Many of the older students are also following you. They want to see what earth-shattering things the first and second place of this batch of new students can do. After all, it's not something an ordinary person can do to snatch the top 40 spots of the demon rank combat strength ranking. Lin Sheng laughed softly. His eyes were filled with motivation as he looked at Yun Nuoxing and Zian. It was as if he had set the two of them as his goals. "Oh, that's right. Zian is her name. Her surname is Xian." Yun Nuoxing pointed at Zian, looked at him, and teased. "Ah." Lin Sheng blinked his eyes in astonishment. Then he laughed bitterly. "You didn't say that." Yi Qinglian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "The two of us won't get involved in the matters of the first and second place of the new students. We'll let you guys deal with it. The matter of the demon rank was also an accident. We didn't expect it either. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened that day." Yun Nuoxing laughed and said, "Won't get involved? Brother Yin, are you planning to endure for a while?" Hearing this, Lin Sheng was also stunned. He didn't know what Yun Nuashing meant by not getting involved. He subconsciously thought that Yun Nuashing was standing on the cusp of the storm and wanted to avoid it. Whoa. Yun Nuashing frowned, not knowing what to say. The two of us are very special existences. If we get involved too much in these matters, it will cause the system of the academy to lose balance. This is also the reason why we've always been outside of the group. Xian gently continued from the side. Then she rolled her eyes and said, "When we entered the academy, you asked me to say this a few times, but I forgot." This. Yun Nuashing awkwardly scratched her head and laughed dryly, seeing the two of them getting along so naturally, as if they were already familiar with each other's existence and had already integrated into their daily lives. Lin Sheng's eyes were filled with envy. He secretly glanced at Yi Qinglian. When the latter saw him looking over, her beautiful face blushed slightly and she pouted. They hadn't gotten along to that stage, yet Lin Sheng couldn't understand Xian's words. He couldn't understand what she meant by causing the system to lose balance. He also didn't know what she meant by special. Since he didn't understand something, he could only suppress it and wait for a chance in the future to take a look. "How is it? Have you formed your own club force?" Looking at the busy stall in the distance, Yun Nuashing also walked to the wall and casually leaned against it. She looked at Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian. These two were also very outstanding. Being able to defeat a half-demon at the 9th level of the immortal rank was enough to prove some things. The two of them should also have some fame. If they formed a force, many people would join. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded. He also leaned against the wall and pointed to the nearest stall. Mu Qing was already busy inside. He smiled and said, "That's our place. It's basically finalized. About 500 people have been confirmed to join. They're all from the freshman area, and most of them are from Elder Jean Chen's team. As for the future, we'll see what happens next. I guess you guys don't care about anything, right?" Yun Nuashing smiled, seeing the two of them standing outside and chatting. She guessed that they were also hands-off shopkeepers who had been captured by their forces to be mascots. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and nodded. They were really captured to be signboards. The two of them only cared about improving their strength and didn't care about anything else. "What's the name?" Yun Nuashing suddenly asked. When Lin Sheng heard this, he chuckled. However, his eyes glanced at Yi Qinglian. He coughed dryly and said, embarrassedly, "This was basically decided by me. It's called the Green Lotus Association. It's the green lotus that grows in the water, the one that grows out of the mud without being stained. However, no one has any objections." "Green lotus, Qinglian. Aren't these homophones about the same? Your thoughts are written on the surface." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. When he heard this, Lin Sheng's handsome face turned slightly red. Even Yi Qinglian was stunned. It seemed that this fellow was using her name as if it was her private force. "Hee. Qinglian has a good image. She's also the 3rd-ranked goddess among the freshmen. It's my fault that my image isn't good enough." Lin Sheng scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled. Although he said that his image wasn't good enough, his appearance was also very handsome and pleasing to the eye. 3rd-ranked? Then what about the 1st and 2nd place? Yun Nuashing blinked. When did he do this thing? Lin Sheng was stunned. Yi Qinglian's pretty face also changed slightly. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly before turning their gazes to Yun Nuashing and Xian. They pointed at them and laughed dryly. "Miss Xian is 2nd. Brother Yun is 1st. Uffed! When she heard this shocking news, Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. She covered her red lips with one hand and supported herself against the wall with the other. She laughed so hard that her delicate body couldn't stop trembling. The laughter that leaked out from between her slender fingers also made Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian feel a little awkward. There was really no end to this blunder. However, with Brother Yun's qualifications to compete for the goddess leaderboard, he probably wouldn't be able to escape first. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely. He was also used to this kind of thing. He wanted to open his mouth and scold a few words, but he couldn't find the person to scold. Could it be that he couldn't scold himself? Scold himself for being too flirtatious? He had a girl's voice and a girl's face. Other than a flat chest, he didn't have an Adam's apple. It would be strange if they could recognize him as a man. When a humanoid creature was 80% similar to a girl, most people would subconsciously treat it as a girl. Who would have thought that such a beautiful creature was actually a boy? Ugh! Yun Nuashing covered his face with his palm and let out a low, drawn-out cry. His listless and weak appearance made Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian's hearts ache. Why did this guy have a girl's face? This is the badge of our Green Lotus Society. Well, it's a green lotus. Lin Sheng took out an exquisite badge and handed it to Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing glanced at it. It was indeed just a lotus. However, after thinking about it carefully, his gaze swept past the two of them, and he had an idea. He smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better to carve your images or representative objects on it?" Lin Sheng was slightly taken aback. He thought about it and nodded after a moment. He could indeed do that. However, he turned his gaze to Yi Qinglian. If she was unwilling, seeing him look over, Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng smiled brightly, making Yun Nuashing feel a little helpless. Would this guy end up being a henpecked husband? Brother Lin. Mu Qing, who was busy over there, jogged to Lin Sheng's side. He looked a little nervous and said something softly. Yun Nuashing tactfully moved to the side and did not eavesdrop. After waiting for a few minutes with Zian at the side, Mu Qing jogged away and returned to the stall. Yun Nuashing saw that Lin Sheng's expression was much calmer, as if he was thinking about something. Yi Qinglian was also whispering something to him. After waiting for a few more minutes, Yun Nuashing saw the two of them walking over with smiles on their faces. He smiled and said, "It's not easy for you guys either. You even got into trouble by creating a force." You heard that? Lin Sheng was stunned. He had not said anything yet. "I guessed." Yun Nuashing shrugged and raised his chin. He said, "Since Mu Qing came to look for the two mascots, he obviously has something he can't solve or can't decide for you. The rest is easy to guess from your expressions. I won't say anything." Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian were both stunned. They looked at each other. The former could not help but feel a little embarrassed. This was just a report. How could he have guessed so much? Sigh. Among the freshmen, there are some grudges with some people. According to the seniors, the freshman banquet in a month's time is a test. I originally wanted to resolve the grudges during the test. I'm afraid it's not that simple. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he fell silent and did not say anything. The four of them leaned against the wall quietly and looked at the square where people came and went. They all had different emotions. No matter how difficult it is, you have to think of a way to get through it. This is just a small hurdle for you guys, isn't it? Yun Nuashing took a light breath, stood up straight, stretched, and said with a smile, "With your talent, you won't stop at this place. If you want to prove yourself, then release your fire in that activity that only belongs to the new students." After saying this, he smiled again and strolled away with Zian, leaving behind only a voice that quietly dissipated. "If you have any difficulties that you can overcome, call for me. It's not impossible for me to lend you a hand." Chapter 6:28. In the dim light of the candlelight, the sea of people cast a large shadow on the ground. The shadows gathered together to form an extremely lively scene. After Yun Nuashing said that, he pulled Zian and joined the bustling scene. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian, who were not far away, smiled at him and cupped their hands. What a strange person. After watching Yun Nuashing and Zian disappear into the sea of people, Lin Sheng stretched and smiled faintly. It's a pity that he has no intention of joining our Green Lotus Society. Otherwise, we would have pulled him into our Green Lotus Society. He doesn't like trouble or noise. He's more like an old man. He's not as young and frivolous as you. It's as if he has already seen through it all. Mei Mao, Yi Qinglian, flapped her fan lightly and looked at Lin Sheng. I feel that he has a strong background. Perhaps he's from some powerful faction. Lin Sheng frowned slightly when he heard this. After a while he laughed at her and said, "Is he as strong as my Qinglian?" "Who's your—" Yi Qinglian could not help but blush when she heard this. She rolled her eyes at him and said, coquettishly, "It's hard to say. You can't judge a book by its cover. Although we've only met for a while, I can tell that he has at least 2 masks. This kind of person is either shrewd or has a strange personality." "Mask? Doesn't he only have 1 mask on his face? And it's only half a mask." Lin Sheng was stunned. "Idiot! I'm talking about the way he appears in front of others." Yi Qinglian looked at him speechlessly and sighed softly. Sigh. Lin Sheng still believed what she said. However, from the looks of it, he did not see anything special about Yun Nuo planet. He still needed to observe quietly. No matter what on the surface, he was still a person worth befriending. Well, let's not care about that. I still need to work hard for the freshman assessment in a month. Find some time to go into seclusion. It's time to cultivate that thing. With his hands on his hips, Lin Sheng let out a long sigh. He looked at Yi Qinglian and grinned as if he was trying to please her. "Tomorrow. It's too late today. Cultivation has to be done gradually. There's no point in being anxious." Yi Qinglian nodded. Yes, understood. "Tomorrow? All right. Since we're both free, I'll definitely teach you whatever you want to learn." Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned as he strolled around the square, filled with new students. A thoughtful expression flashed across his handsome face, but it only lasted for a moment before he nodded. He had already promised to teach her, but he didn't expect this girl to look forward to it so much. He felt a little embarrassed when he saw her sparkling eyes. "Anything is fine. Little Star can arrange it. I'm not too sure what mystic skills and secret techniques you have. Just pick one that Little Star thinks is suitable." Xian smiled faintly. She wasn't too sure about the divine mystic skills. There was a rather powerful mystic skill in the divine evolution of the 5 elements, but with her strength, she had only unlocked less than 30% of it. It was fine to use it for sparring, but once she encountered an emergency, it would be a little difficult. She had a weak foundation and didn't have many trump cards, unlike Yun Nuoxing, who had endless methods at her disposal. Behind the academy is a huge mountain. Let's go there. Let's make things clear first. Divine mystic skills and secret techniques are already out of the scope of normal mystic skills. There's a high chance that they will fail. Once that happens, don't be greedy for the demonic aura that has already been mobilized. Quickly cut off the connection and expel it from your body. Yes. Xian listened very seriously and firmly engraved Yun Nuoxing's words in her mind. Of course, when you're familiar with it, this situation will slowly decrease. Later on, even if it fails, you can still forcefully use it. You'll only lose some of its power and it won't threaten your life. Yes. Also, what type of mystic skill do you want to learn? Weapon type? Close combat type? Energy impact type? Or movement type? Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes stared at her delicate body and looked up and down for a while before asking. Xian thought for a while and thought of the dragon cry, sword that she was already familiar with. She nodded and said, "Sword type." When the 2 words sword type came out, Yun Nuoxing was also stunned for a moment. She staggered a few steps forward and asked in astonishment, "Why sword?" "The dragon cry sword that Little Star gave me. I'm used to it and have always carried it by my side." Seeing his strange, handsome face, Xian couldn't help but let out a charming laugh. She couldn't help but use a bit of strength in her lily-white hand that was holding his hand. Mei Mao shyly looked at him, causing him to smile bitterly. Was it really because of that sword? All right, sword type it is. Why don't you say that I have plenty of sword types? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yun Nuashing didn't think of persuading her. The sword was the king of weapons. It could attack and defend, and it could advance and retreat at will. It was also because of this that the mystic arts for weapons like the sword were more difficult to cultivate compared to other weapons because there were too many things to consider. However, after thinking about it carefully, those big and wide weapons didn't seem to be suitable for this girl. He thought that Xian would choose an energy-type mystic art. Early in the morning of the next day, when the sun had just emerged from the horizon, two shadows rapidly flew out from the freshman area. Bringing along a brilliant golden light, they disappeared in a flash. In the boundless 100,000 mountain range, the lush greenery extended to the end of one's line of sight. It was like a boundless, dark, green ocean. Standing in the middle of it, a violent wind would blow and the sea of trees would sway. Huge green ocean waves that were several tens of meters tall would roll up and roar as they approached from afar. It was as if one was looking at a tsunami, shocking everyone. Above the sea of trees, a golden light suddenly flashed and disappeared. In an instant, it appeared on the horizon. After a few seconds, a storm descended, blowing the dark green sea of trees to the point that it was swaying left and right. The towering trees were almost broken. The mountain range here isn't connected to the millions of mountains in the ultimate plain region. There's a small section in the middle, but it's already so vast. The ultimate plain region is filled with mountains and forests. It's a paradise for magical and demonic beasts. I wonder how spectacular the terrain there is. The scenery below was stretched into countless thin lines, but relying on her special eyes and her own light element, Yun Nuashing could still see clearly. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Sweeping her gaze around, she estimated the distance from the academy in her heart. The first rays of the morning sun descended. In the sea of trees below, some low roars of magical beasts could be heard. Yun Nuashing pulled Xian, and a light element violently rushed out. However, it stopped in an instant. The violent wind only caught up after a while. Let's stay here. Cultivating a divine grade sword technique might cause some disturbances. Furthermore, you can't open the spatial barrier of Linghongjin. You need to accurately sense the elements in the world, the power of the world, and other forces that you can't control, but exist. Yun Nuashing's eyes paused for a moment as he looked at the sea of trees below. His gaze landed on a mountain peak, and with a flash of his body, he brought Xian up to the mountain peak before stopping. After stopping and sensing that Xian had already adjusted his breathing to the most complete state, Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "I've already passed the Heavenly Chasm sword technique to you last night. However, I'll explain it to you again. The Heavenly Chasm sword art is actually a sword formation mysterious technique. There are a total of 6 sword formations, and the formations can only be used when fighting against many people. For example, in a battlefield, the formations are usually used by many people to share the energy and use it together. With tacit cooperation, the power of the formation can be multiplied. The Heavenly Chasm sword art is a sword formation controlled by one person. The chaotic sword formation uses sword chi to condense countless flying swords and quickly cut into the enemy's camp. The Return to Origin sword formation uses sword chi to seal an area, rendering all other energies within it useless. It can only be used for attack and defense, and can absorb the enemy's power. The 5 elements sword formation is quite suitable for you. It uses 5 different energies to stimulate each other, and it has the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Apart from the first one, I haven't used the other 2 because there's no suitable situation. As for the remaining 3, they're the 3 with the greatest destructive force and the most energy consumption, world-killing formation, 12 huge immortal swords formed by sword chi, which could destroy the heavens and the earth. Sword Flower Spring Rain. Compared to the others, this one is more weird and sudden. It could kill people silently. As for the last one, Heavenly Chasm Formation, I only need to say one word. Gather all the sword chi that you've already used and turn it into the King of Swords, which would descend from the sky like a judgment. Xian listened modestly. Unlike the massive amount of information he had received last night, this was Yun Nuoxing's cultivation experience. It was explained based on his understanding of the heavenly chasm sword technique. I don't think this is suitable for one-on-one combat. After thinking carefully for a while, Xian opened Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuoxing. These 6 sword formations were very beautiful and powerful. They were worthy of being called divine grade. However, sword formations were used on groups. Wouldn't it be limited if they were used on one-on-one combat? Sword arrays are able to maximize their effectiveness against a group of people, but against a single person, it's the most powerful. Think about it, if a sword array that can deal a huge amount of damage to a team of 100 people is used against a single person. Yun Nuoxing raised a finger to his lips and smiled mysteriously. Xian thought for a while and said, "He will bear the firepower that a group of 100 people should bear, and he will have nowhere to hide." Yun Nuoxing nodded in satisfaction. Then she clapped her hands and pointed at the forest below. "From today onwards, I will suppress the dragon cry sword to the level of a demigod. You will carry it on your back. It will follow you wherever you go. It will be inseparable. You will be familiar with it, and it will be familiar with you. Also, I just sense that most of the demonic beasts in the nearby forest are comparable to humans who have reached the 8th seal of the demigod rank. You can kill 10 demonic beasts in a day with the dragon cry sword. You can't use other methods, such as your 5-element sky formation." Yun Nuoxing joked. "Why isn't Little Star's cultivation so troublesome?" Xian heard and couldn't help but mutter. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said, "I have the spiritual, godly body. I can't be more familiar with the weapons in my body. They are a part of my body. Naturally, it won't be so troublesome. This is the most powerful part of my body. I can cultivate whatever weapon I want. I don't even need to familiarize myself with the weapon. As long as I learn the corresponding mystic technique, I can use it accurately." Cheating. Xian rolled her eyes. Other people learned a weapon and used it to travel the world. He, on the other hand, could use whatever he wanted. He was proficient in all kinds of weapons. This kind of convenience was something she couldn't help but be envious of. All right, the 5 elements body is also an extremely powerful body. It is extremely sensitive to energy, especially the energy of the 5 elements. If you use it well, I guarantee that you will be completely familiar with your partner in 3 days. Then you will be able to cultivate the heavenly chasm sword art. Yun Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her head. Her talent wasn't any worse than his. There was no reason why she couldn't learn it. "Yes, I believe you." Hearing that, Xian nodded with a smile. She waved her hand, and a faint dragon's roar pierced through the air. A 2-meter-long sword appeared. Mei Mao glanced at it with a smile and grabbed it. She stroked the silver scabbard and said softly, "From today onwards, I'll be in your care." After that, she handed the dragon cry sword to Yun Nuoxing. The latter glanced at her and smiled faintly. The origin energy of the spiritual godly body flowed through her hand. She gently brushed it across the dragon cry sword and returned it to Xian. This was only to suppress the output of energy, not its quality. That would be more strenuous, but it was enough. After receiving the dragon cry sword, Xian hung it on her slender waist. Afterwards, she smiled and clasped her hands at Yun Nuoxing in all seriousness. She smiled rather mischievously. "Teacher, please rest here. I'll be right back." After saying that, she twisted her body and directly rushed towards the forest below, leaving behind a beautiful back view, which made Yun Nuoxing a little stunned. "This girl, you're that relaxed?" Zai's indifferent voice rang out in his soul, making him sigh in exasperation. He sat down on the ground and said, "Xian has her own drive, and I don't want to stop her. I'll just be her shield. As for danger, and what not. Does little Yi, you really think that the demigod magical beasts nearby can pose any threat to Xian? Also, I've left energy on the Dragon Cry sword. Even if a demigod magical beast suddenly charges out, even if it's thousands of kilometers away, it'll only take a second for me to react and save her. Xian can still hold on. Listening to his analysis, Zai sighed speechlessly and said faintly, "Do as you please. Anyway, you're here, so there shouldn't be any problems. I'm just worried that if little Xian gets hurt, you'll be heartbroken and soften your heart that you've worked so hard to harden. You struggled for an entire night before deciding to let Xian cultivate. In the past, you've always protected her so tightly." Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat when he was mercilessly exposed. His breathing quickened, and he rubbed his chest. He sighed and shook his head. One day, everyone will be independent. No one can't live without another. It's just a matter of how much you care. How long can I protect Xian? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or forever? That girl doesn't want to hide under my protection forever. She wants to change. That day, she said very seriously that she wants to protect me. She's working hard for this. When I heard her say that she wants to protect me, I felt my heart throbbing in pain. Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply, shook his head, and said, "If there comes a day when I can't pick up the sword in my hand anymore, it'll be her turn to protect herself. Instead of carefully protecting her, it's better to let her have her own strength. Besides, she's also willing." The last sentence was said by Yun Nuoxing and Zai together. Zai had heard it many times and knew that it would end like this. Yes, that's true. But she's a girl. I don't want her to take on so much responsibility. In short, if you need anything, just call me. Xin, and I will be waiting in the soul. Zai nodded and said one last thing before falling silent. Yun Nuoxing nodded his chin and opened his evil spirit eye. His gaze passed through the countless trees and looked at the beautiful figure leaping through the forest. He sighed softly in his heart. Girl, you must be careful. Chapter 6, 29. Thick, dark clouds covered the entire sky. Occasionally, there would be lightning bolts that were a few feet thick, like silver dragons breaking through the dark clouds. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, tearing the sky apart. A dazzling light shrouded the entire mountain range. In this extremely violent environment, even the creatures deep in the mountains did not dare to casually come out. They were all hiding in their caves or underground. Faint low roars could be heard being carried by the wind for miles, slowly spreading throughout the entire mountain range. The storm uprooted an entire huge tree and threw it down from the mountain peak. After a long time, it landed heavily on the mountainside beside the youth who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. The huge roar did not distract the youth. His consciousness was immersed in the array that was floating in front of him. In his hand, he was holding a simple silver scroll. In this place where thunder and lightning intersected, it flickered with silver light, as if the scroll was also releasing thunder and lightning. Rumble, a terrifying sound that caused the earth to tremble, came from the horizon. One after another, silver dragons roared and tore apart the shaky sky. Under the unceasing shaking of the sky, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The silver-white sky fell from the sky in an instant without any warning, covering the entire mountain range. The pitter-patter of rain soaked the mountain range, and a warm aura with the smell of mud slowly rose. Raising her head and looking at the sky that was covered by dark clouds and lightning, the blue-clothed young lady let out a soft sigh. Before the boundless raindrops fell, she extended her jade-like hand forward. An energy barrier slowly spread out until it enveloped the young man who was a few meters away. Only then did it stop. What followed was the continuous sound of raindrops hitting the barrier. Feeling the change in the illusion, the youth slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the world that was already covered by rain, he let out a long breath. The hands that were holding the silver scroll tightly clenched. He felt his heart tremble slightly. In this place where an extremely terrifying thunder and lightning could strike at any time, his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Thunder Prison Array. His hand held the silver scroll tightly. At this moment, the blue array in front of him was slowly spinning. It seemed to be affected by the increase in thunder and lightning in the air. On the surface of the array, there were several thick lightning bolts that flowed through it. Why did you pick such a windy and stormy weather? Is the lightning pool in the academy not enough? Seeing him open his eyes, Yi Qinglian also stretched lazily. A beautiful curve appeared under her blue clothes. Looking at the weather with strong winds and thunder, her willowy eyebrows slightly furrowed. The Academy's lightning pool is man-made. Although it is similar to real lightning, it lacks the power of heaven and earth. Only here can one better feel the power of lightning. Lin Sheng smiled. He looked at the silver scroll in his hand and said, "The power of lightning released by the Thunder Prison Formation depends on the power of lightning absorbed during cultivation. If it's true natural lightning, it should be very powerful. It might even reach the second rank of the demon rank." Mei Mao flapped her fan slightly. She raised her head and looked at the roaring silver dragon in the thick, dark clouds. Mei Mao was a little worried. However, she nodded gently and said in a gentle voice, "Be careful." Lin Sheng grinned and slowly opened the silver scroll in his hand. He looked at the floating array in front of him. With a thought, he controlled the array to shrink back into the scroll. As the magic array entered the scroll, a blinding silver light suddenly burst forth from the scroll. Instantly, the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds seemed to be attracted. Waves of powerful silver-blue thunderbolts condensed into one and turned into a huge silver dragon that was at least 10 feet long. The dragon's shining eyes seemed to have intelligence. It stared at Lin Sheng below and suddenly roared. Then it turned into a thick silver energy pillar and directly descended into the scroll in Lin Sheng's hand. The sudden shattering of the barrier shocked the two of them. Before they could react, the huge pillar of light had already poured down and enveloped Lin Sheng. The vast destructive power made him pale with fright. However, he reacted in an instant. The immortal qi and demonic qi in his body began to circulate with a whistling sound. They even carried a strange energy fluctuation as they enveloped and refined the thunderbolts that had recklessly barged in. Lin Sheng. Seeing that Lin Sheng was enveloped by the huge pillar of lightning, Yi Qinglian's pretty face turned pale with fright. She stomped her feet on the ground and was about to rush into the pillar of light when she sensed that there was a tenacious life force in the pillar of lightning. Although it seemed particularly small in front of the might of heaven and earth, it was tenaciously resisting the lightning. This made her hurriedly stop in her tracks. Her bright eyes stared nervously at the silver-blue pillar of light. This strange phenomenon did not last for long before the silver-blue light pillar quietly disappeared. Lin Sheng, who was inside, took a few deep breaths when the lightning light pillar disappeared. Waves of numbness were transmitted from his body. He could not even hold onto the scroll as it fell to the ground. His body directly knelt on the ground. However, before he could kneel, a fragrant wind rushed into his arms and tightly supported his body that had lost control. Lin Sheng looked at the pretty face that was filled with worry and could not help but grin. He said, "It's fine, it's fine. It's just the power of lightning. It can't hurt me." Seeing him forcing himself to smile, Yi Qinglian could not help but roll her eyes at him. She helped him slowly sit down and casually asked, "Did you succeed?" "Yes, it wasn't as difficult as I imagined." Lin Sheng smiled as he leaned against the boulder that had not been shattered by the lightning beam. However, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with his palm. Fortunately, the scroll had absorbed 80% of the lightning energy for him. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as his body being paralyzed. After sitting down and resting for a while, Lin Sheng originally wanted to see just how powerful the lightning prison formation was after absorbing the pure power of lightning. However, a shocking ripple of energy suddenly erupted, startling the two of them so much that their expressions changed slightly. That is, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw a few huge craters explode in the ground not far away. Subsequently, waves of milky white energy aura rushed into the sky from the ground and rapidly gathered in a direction in the distance. Along with it, the roaring silver dragon in the dark clouds was also grabbed. There was actually a sliver of human-like fear in the monstrous thunder, as if a great demon was in that direction. What a powerful energy fluctuation! Could it be that some strong person is cultivating here? Lin Sheng was also shocked by the sudden movement. His expression changed slightly as he hurriedly raised his head and looked at the mountain range in the distance. This energy fluctuation, it has the energy fluctuation of a god, but it doesn't have that kind of majestic feeling. Yi Qinglian was also surprised. Let's go and take a look. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Sheng's face. He was very curious. Yes, up to you. Yi Qinglian did not mind. Hearing this, Lin Sheng smiled faintly. His body shot out like an arrow. Behind him, Yi Qinglian also quickly followed. The evil spirit eyes dyed the area around 1 foot in dazzling colors. That was the embodiment of pushing the effect of the eyes to the extreme. They closely followed the beautiful figure that was constantly leaping in the forest and fighting with the demonic beast. After a long time, seeing that Zian had killed the demonic beast without any injuries, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. There seems to be no problem. It was also a demigod-level demonic beast, but Zian, who was holding the Dragon Cry sword, was clearly much more relaxed than before. This was the power of a high-grade weapon. Yun Nuashing also relied on the many powerful divine weapons that allowed him to challenge an Emperor God expert. If there's no problem, it's my turn. After observing for a while, Yun Nuashing was also relieved. He flipped his palm and took out a jade bottle. He opened the bottle and poured out a red pill that was the size of a longan fruit. There was a dark red pattern and an emerald pattern on it, making it look very beautiful. This was the soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pill that the two of them had spent 12 million energy values and offended Yen Emo to buy. Then next, let's see if this pill that has been strengthened by the energy of the glories can give me a push. Twisting his neck, Yun Nuashing turned his gaze and looked at the distant horizon. Over there, dark clouds covered the sky, but where he was, the sky was clear. Looking at the blue sky, he flicked his finger and the pill in his hand fell into his mouth. He swallowed it without thinking. Wow, an immortal-grade pill is eaten so casually. Seeing him eat the soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pill so casually, Zai could not help but laugh bitterly. It seemed that this guy usually ate too many high-grade pills and was too lazy to care about anything. Whatever. Anyway, it's a spiritual divine physique. It doesn't matter if I'm in peak condition or not. Sure enough, just as I thought, Yun Nuashing was too lazy to care about anything. After a sigh, he continued, "This is a single-element, soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pill. Do you want me to worship it before eating it? I've already eaten a saint-grade pill, and it's refined from 8 elements. Xianin has spoiled you." Hearing this, Zai's cheeks could not help but twitch. This kid was holding onto a treasure mountain. It would be strange if he was so calculative. Yun Nuashing smiled and did not comment. When the pill entered his stomach, it turned into a huge amount of warm energy that surged through his body like a tide. He also relaxed his mind and allowed it to flow around his body. A warm current slowly condensed in the depths of his body, making him feel as if he was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. All the pores on his body opened up, and wisps of faint black gas were forced out of his body by the medicinal power. They were expelled from his body through his pores. From afar, it looked like Yun Nuashing was releasing a weak demonic aura. Are there so many impurities? Yun Nuashing was a little surprised to see that the black airflow could be observed floating out of his body with his eyes. After the reconstruction of his body in the Rainbow Aurora Celestial Pond last time, it should have been close to perfection. He didn't expect there to be so many hidden impurities. When his body was being transformed by the warm energy, his soul also emitted a weak fluctuation. His soul power that had already reached a threshold actually gave him a signal that he was about to break through. It's really effective. Feeling that his soul power was running on its own without him controlling it, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face was filled with joy. Although the immortal grade pill was very effective for the first 3 realms of the initial god tier, his body was a little special, and he himself was not sure if it had any effect. Now that he saw the medicinal power, he knew that he had underestimated some immortal grade pills. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too many immortal grade pills on a daily basis, so he did not take it seriously. The expanding soul power turned into a figure that looked exactly like him and gradually enlarged outside his body. Then, with a slight tremble, it turned into a huge soul power cocoon. It was transparent and enveloped Yun Nuoxing inside. The 6 paths between his eyebrows spun rapidly at this moment, and the 6 paths of reincarnation technique also acted on its own. Waves of soul power kept gathering, but there was always an invisible barrier that suppressed this growth. This caused the soul power that kept gathering to be blocked together. The gathering of soul power became more and more powerful, but the invisible barrier did not move at all. Yun Nuoxing was also startled when he sensed this change within his soul. This soaring spiritual strength was quite large. It was so large that it caused him to be shocked. However, the barrier of the cultivation level was so tough that it exceeded his expectations. His soul, which had been nourished by the soul-tempering marrow-cleansing pill, was doing its best to grow and attack that invisible barrier. However, the unceasingly accumulating spiritual strength caused his soul to swell. This was a sign that his strength was overloaded. If this goes on, my soul power will explode before I can break through. My soul power will explode and turn into ashes, thinking of a terrifying outcome. Yun Nuoxing shuddered and laughed dryly. What kind of joke was this? Soul-burning art reverse. Fiercely clenching his teeth, Yun Nuoxing's hands formed a seal with lightning speed. Then, a bright red symbol appeared on the surface of his skin. But at this time, what was burning wasn't his soul force, but the power of his stars. By circulating the burning soul law in reverse, he was burning the power of his stars in order to obtain several times more soul force. At the same time, this soul force was much stronger and more destructive than normal. Feeling the rapid loss of soul power in his body, Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of hot air. The scarlet runes climbed up his handsome face, making him look extremely ferocious. His drooping right hand slowly drew an arc, then he clenched his fist. Rumble, terrifying soul power gushed out like a tsunami, covering an area of a few thousand miles. Then, waves of golden energy rapidly surged in his body. That was the origin energy of the divine body. Following the flow of the golden energy, Yun Nuoxing's body suddenly erupted with an extremely strong suction force. The heaven and earth energy, elemental energy, and spatial energy within 1,000 miles all surged towards him, condensing into a huge energy vortex outside his body. Suddenly, a milky white airflow that was 1,000 feet thick shot up from the ground, startling Yun Nuoxing. That was a dragon vein, and this dragon vein is extremely huge. Otherwise, it wouldn't be spewing out such a large amount of dragon aura. It's perfect for cleansing one's body and soul. At this moment, Zai's face was also filled with shock. This dragon vein must be extremely huge to be able to spit out such a thick airflow. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw that the ground within a few hundred meters and a few thousand meters suddenly exploded with holes. Huge streams of dragon vein chi soared into the sky and merged into the huge energy whirlpool, causing the 2 people from Yun Nuo Star to be stunned. In the distance, Xian, who was fighting with a demigod magical beast, was looking for an opportunity to give it a fatal blow. However, a milky white airflow suddenly shot up from the ground in front of her and collided directly with the magical beast, startling her. Her delicate body swayed, and she hurriedly left the place. She raised her head to look at the distant horizon and saw the huge energy vortex. There was a hint of surprise on her face, but she was relieved after sensing that it was Little Star's aura. She was not in a hurry to look for the magical beast. Instead, she stood on a tree branch and quietly stared at the energy vortex that was growing larger and larger. Mei Mao was a little nervous. They couldn't have dug out the ancient dragon vein, right? How can there be such a large amount of dragon aura? If this dragon vein was under a city, it would be able to turn that city into a holy land for cultivators. Yun Nuashing stared in shock at the dragon aura that was erupting like a fountain. In the end, he could no longer remain calm. He was extremely curious and wanted to rush underground to take a look. However, his soul was currently on the verge of breaking through, and his situation was quite dangerous. He did not dare to be distracted. He only glanced underground and hurriedly focused his mind. Chapter 630. Within the mountain forest, two figures swiftly rushed towards the source of the unusual activity. In less than 15 minutes, they had neared the source of the unusual activity. The dark clouds in the sky had also gradually faded at this moment. They had arrived at the edge of the great wind and thunderstorm area. Furthermore, they could see the enormous energy whirlpool in the sky that covered an area of 100,000 feet. The strength of the vast aura caused the hearts of the two to speed up. Lin Sheng was shocked as he sensed the frightening aura. There was also a sliver of fear in his heart. Was there such a person in the High Light Academy? Could it be that an elder had made a breakthrough? This is spiritual strength. It has already neared the divine level. That expert should be making a breakthrough. Yi Qinglian's soft voice caused Lin Sheng to become slightly vigilant. The two of them carefully suppressed the energy ripples in their bodies. Even their vital signs had slowed down significantly. Their breathing had weakened. They looked at each other, and both of them descended into the dense forest below. After landing in the forest, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian stopped circulating the wind element. Their agile bodies flashed through the forest like two monkeys. Not long after they carefully flashed through the forest, the view in front of them suddenly widened. The forest disappeared and an enormous mountain peak appeared in front of them. They had already neared the center of the energy whirlpool. They could even see a bright ball of light on the mountain peak. The two of them stopped at the edge of the forest and raised their heads to look at the bright and dazzling ball of light. Slivers of energy stealthily surged into their eyes, after which their two faces were swiftly covered by astonishment. Boom! When the continuously condensing energy finally reached a limit, there was an earth-shattering explosion. It was like a sudden clap of thunder on the ground. It startled Lin Sheng and the other man so much that their bodies trembled. They were both wondering if they should run away. After the thunder-like explosion, the attractive force at the center of the 100,000 feet large energy whirlpool suddenly disappeared. The whirlpool itself also suddenly dissipated, turning into a dense energy rain that fell from the sky and drenched the ground. It turned into wisps of energy mist that dissipated between heaven and earth. The energy rain drenched Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian until their bodies were completely drenched. Fortunately, it was formed from energy and turned back into gas in a short moment. However, a large portion of the pure energy was unintentionally absorbed by the two of them. Buzz! After the energy vortex dissipated, an explosive sound was emitted from the top of the mountain. Soon after, a spiritual light pillar that had solidified into a substance suddenly soared into the sky. Following it was an extremely brilliant starlight pillar. The bright cluster of light shattered into numerous fragments. Yun Nuashing suddenly opened her eyes. Two rays of light shot out from her eyes and cut through the air, bringing about a sharp whistling sound. The vast and mighty energy caused the hearts of the two people in the forest to palpitate. The soul of a deity, rank, such vast soul energy. But he's only a demonic rank. Why? The terrifying soul shockwave spread throughout the mountain range. The two huge pillars of light that connected the heavens and the earth were brilliant and dazzling. Yi Qinglian and Mei Mao looked at the pillars of light in a daze. Lin Sheng also shook his head in a daze. Other than not being able to understand, he was also thinking about how to escape from this place. Given Yin Nuoxing's posture, she must be carrying a lot of secrets. When he recalled the two of them talking about being special in the square yesterday, he felt a little uneasy. He kept feeling that he had bumped into something incredible. After exchanging glances with Yi Qinglian, Lin Sheng slowly extended his palm and glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who seemed to be comprehending something. Then he quietly waved his hand. The former nodded and quietly turned around. She moved her feet lightly without making a sound. "Why are you here?" Suddenly, a somewhat astonished voice rang in their ears, causing their bodies to tremble. The silent energy suddenly erupted. However, it was not aimed at Yun Nuoxing. Instead, it was to escape with all their might. However, before the two of them could escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their path. They were so shocked that their hearts skipped a beat. However, they were also stunned when they saw the astonishment on the person's handsome face. Yun Nuoxing, whose soul had broken through to the deity rank, had a layer of transparent crystals on both sides of her forehead. They formed a ring that wrapped around her forehead and ears. That was the materialization of her soul energy. It was also the manifestation of her breaking through to the deity rank. However, what was even more shocking was his eyes. That pair of resplendent rainbow-colored eyes contained an extremely mysterious power. It made Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian, who had only taken a glance at them, feel as if they were about to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Wait a moment. I just succeeded in breaking through and haven't controlled it well. Yun Nuoxing was also shocked when she saw the two of them become more and more confused. She hurriedly snapped her fingers, which contained the vibration of her soul. The two of them were so shocked that their bodies trembled. They could not help but break out in cold sweat, and their breathing became slightly hurried. After waking the two of them up, Yun Nuoxing covered her eyes with her palms. After a while, the layer of transparent crystals on her forehead slowly disappeared. Her eyes, which were rippling with terrifying soul fluctuations, also calmed down. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian took a few deep breaths. Their hearts were palpitating. They had almost lost themselves just by looking at her eyes. Speaking of which, why are you here? After a while, when they had calmed down, Yun Nuoxing asked. However, before the two of them could answer, she frowned slightly and probed, "What did you see?" Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian's bodies trembled when they heard her ask this. They looked at each other. How should they answer this? If they answered that they had seen it, this fellow wouldn't kill them to keep the secret, right? Just as the two of them gritted their teeth fiercely and wanted to firmly answer that they didn't see anything, because they didn't say anything for a few seconds, Yun Nuoxing sighed faintly and said, "All right, you didn't answer for 3 seconds and hesitated, then you saw it." Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian could not help but laugh bitterly when they heard this. Why didn't this fellow even give them time to answer? Wasn't it just 3 seconds of silence? How could he be so sure? Even though he did see it, Brother Yin. We only saw a big commotion and came over by mistake. We didn't see anything specifically. We will keep today's matter a secret. Can you let us go? Lin Sheng swallowed his saliva and cupped his hands as he said in a deep voice. Yun Nuoxing's soul had advanced to the God level. Although she had restrained it, the pressure of the words God-level soul still weighed heavily on his heart. He had many trump cards. He might even be able to bury a peak demon-level expert with him if he risked his life. However, the person in front of him had a God-level soul. The peak of the demon level and the initial God level were two completely different concepts of power. Keep it a secret? Help me keep what's secret? When Yun Nuashing heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and took a deep breath. God. Lin Sheng subconsciously wanted to answer, but he was stunned for a moment. He suddenly reacted. If he said it, wouldn't he be admitting that he saw something he shouldn't have? Thinking of this, his forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. A chill surged in Yi Qinglian's beautiful eyes. She gently shifted her feet and stood in front of Lin Sheng. A strange energy slowly gathered in her jade-like hands as a clear and cold voice faintly sounded out. I wonder how Brother Yun wishes to deal with this? Seeing her actions, Lin Sheng's heart jumped. He did not care about anything else. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly pulled Yi Qinglian back. He raised his head and said firmly, Brother Yin, we saw your soul advancing to the God level. This has nothing to do with Qinglian. I wanted to come and see it. I am willing to bear the responsibility alone. Yun Nuashing could not help but be stunned for a moment when he saw the expressions of the two of them. He sighed and extended his hands at lightning speed towards the Lin Sheng duo. His extremely fast actions caused some despair to surge in the hearts of the two of them. At the same time, there was also anger in their hearts. Let's fight! Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian's energy started to riot at the same time. However, before they could do anything, they felt a pain on their foreheads. Their heads tilted back, causing them to be stunned. They hurriedly lowered their heads and saw that Yun Nuashing's index fingers were still in the same position as after she had flicked them out. She heavily flicked their foreheads. You guys, you are lucky to have met me today. You are not professional at peeping. What would you have done if you had met someone with a strange temperament? When she saw the blank expressions on their faces, Yun Nuashing sighed heavily and rolled her eyes at them in annoyance. She then waved her hand and flew towards the mountain peak. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian looked at each other in astonishment. Both of them held their foreheads. That flick just now was really painful. What should they do now? Follow her? Or run for their lives? Let's go then. At most, we will fight. Lin Sheng fiercely gritted his teeth. However, after he spoke, he felt that he was lacking in confidence. Would fighting with their lives really work? Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him. Her jade-like hand held his hand tightly as if she was giving him strength. The latter also raised his head and glanced at her. He nodded heavily and looked towards the mountain peak. The two of them took a deep breath and flew towards the mountain peak with nervous hearts. It was a short distance of 1,000 meters, but Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian did not manage to fly over it after a few minutes. They felt uneasy and kept thinking about how to save their lives. However, when they thought of Yun Nuashing's God-level soul and her strength that was comparable to Yen Mo's so slow, it's not like I will eat you. After a full 10 minutes, the two of them finally flew to the mountain peak. When they saw Yun Nuashing with her arms crossed and her eyes rolled, they could not help but be stunned. Soon after, they laughed bitterly. Wasn't it because her pressure was too strong? All right, don't be nervous. I won't kill you to silence you. I can understand that you feel uneasy after seeing my secret. However, this so-called secret is nothing. So, please settle down. Seeing the two of them trembling in the corner, Yun Nuashing could not help but cover her face. Was she that scary? When they heard that she would not kill them to silence them, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian heaved a sigh of relief. It took them a while to calm down their turbulent emotions. You are also cultivating in this mountain range? Yun Nuashing asked casually after finding a random rock to sit on. Yes, we were cultivating over there just now. Oh, over there where it rained. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a stream of dragon chi gushed out. We saw the strange phenomenon here and came over to take a look out of curiosity. When Lin Sheng saw that she was very casual, he relaxed a little. He pulled Yi Qinglian and found a random place to sit down. However, they were a little far from Yun Nuashing, as if they were still a little afraid. When Yun Nuashing heard this, she smiled gently and said helplessly, I also brought the girl here to cultivate and try to break through at the same time. I knew that it would cause a big commotion, so I deliberately went deep into the forest to avoid detection. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Looks like I have to go to the thousands of mountains in the ultimate plain region to break through next time. I was the one who got a shock when I was cultivating the Thunder Prison Formation. I thought it was an earthquake and almost flew into the sky with Qinglian. Lin Xing could not help but laugh. He deliberately mentioned the Thunder Prison Formation, which made Yi Qinglian's expression turn serious. However, she understood after a while. Was this considered an exchange of secrets? Thunder Prison Formation? You are also a spirit array master? When Yun Nuashing heard this, she looked at him with some surprise. One could not tell that a spirit array master was just by looking at his appearance. Hee, I was able to set up a first-grade demon rank spirit array not long ago. I also passed the demon rank test. If I advance to the demon rank, I can try setting up a third-grade demon rank spirit array. Lin Sheng scratched his head and said, since Brother Yin said also, could it be that Brother Yin is also a spirit array master? Yun Nuashing nodded, but then shook her head. The two of them were stunned. What was going on? I can indeed use spirit arrays, but I haven't taken the test. As for whether it counts or not, well, I'll just treat it as if it does. Yun Nuashing spread her hands. Lin Sheng could not help but smile bitterly. So this was what she cared about? After chatting for a while, seeing that Yun Nuashing really did not have any thoughts, Lin Sheng and Yun Nuashing let go. In addition, they had known each other since yesterday. Today, they had unexpectedly bumped into something incredible, but it made their relationship slightly closer. Yun Nuashing heard that they had come to cultivate. After thinking for a while, she shook her head. Just a second-grade demon rank lightning prison spirit array might not be enough. Not to mention me and Ziyin, Big Mountain, and the others are all demon rank third seal experts. If you want to stand out, it probably won't be enough. That's true. Lin Sheng also nodded in agreement. Then he frowned slightly. He still had other methods, but he did not know if those methods could cause enough damage to demon rank third seal experts. After entering the Long Light Academy for half a month, it would be slightly difficult to break through to the demon rank third seal in a short period of time. Although I want to set up a higher level energy spirit array, the energy required is too high. The two of us are already living together to save rent and energy for the spirit array, but we still can't afford to squander those high-level spirit arrays. Lin Sheng shrugged helplessly. Even with the help of a higher-level spirit array, it was impossible to break through to the demon rank in a month's time. Even if they broke through, there was still a difference of 3 realms between them and demon rank third seal experts. But no matter what, I will work hard. No matter how strong the opponent is, we will give it our all. A moment later, Lin Sheng's eyes paused, as if he had understood something. His eyes were filled with determination. The academy had such a good cultivation environment. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to compete with others before breaking through to the demon rank. Yi Qinglian seemed to have thought of something. Mei Mao flapped her fan, looked at Yun Nuashing, and asked softly, "How long did Brother Yun take to break through from the half-demon rank to the demon rank?" Hearing him suddenly ask this, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. He asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "I want to see how big the gap is between Brother Yun and me." Yi Qinglian shook her head gently. There was an indescribable emotion in her bright eyes. It seemed to be determination, but it was even thicker and deeper than that. Seeing that indescribable emotion, Yun Nuashing was also a little stunned. He then glanced at Lin Sheng, who also inadvertently glanced at him, as if he also wanted to know the answer. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and said, "It actually took me more than half a year to break through to the demi-demon rank. Because I was suppressing my cultivation during that time, I suddenly stopped my cultivation when I was close to breaking through. After that, something unexpected happened and I couldn't control my breakthrough. But if you really want to count, I cultivated for 3 months. At that time, I couldn't control my cultivation and almost broke through to the demi-demon rank. 3 months! Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian sucked in a breath of cold air. It only took him 3 months to break through to the demon rank from the first transition of the half-demon rank. Qinglian, your talent is better than mine. How long did it take you to reach the 9th transition of the half-demon rank? Lin Sheng couldn't help but ask. His voice was trembling. Obviously, he was frightened by Yun Nuoxing. He actually had some doubts in his heart, but when he thought about how the latter had no reason to lie to them, his doubts disappeared. It's already been a year. The cultivation of the half-immortal rank, half-demon rank, and half-god rank is more difficult than the usual cultivation. It requires the conversion, suppression, and fusion of energy. Although Yi Qinglian's state of mind was good, she was still shocked to the point that her emotions were in turmoil. She couldn't calm down for a long time. When Yun Nuoxing saw that the two of them were extremely shocked, he was also stunned. At that time, he was cultivating in that star field. The endless power and the power of the rules there gave him the best cultivation conditions, so his cultivation speed was very fast. If it wasn't for that place, he would have at least doubled or tripled in those 3 months. However, he didn't say it out loud. Comparing 7 to 8 months without breaking through in a year, it might not be good to say it out loud. Chapter 631. Both Lin Sheng and Yi Ziqin were far more mature than their peers, but it took them a few minutes to regain their senses. The two of them looked at each other, and when their eyes met, they were both in disbelief. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly changed the topic. In order to avoid scaring people to death, he decided not to reveal his strength. Who knew if the two of them would jump down from here if they knew that he could fight with the Divine Lord? However, they probably wouldn't believe it. After chatting for a while, Yun Nuoxing urged them to cultivate. Let's not talk about it anymore. If you continue, you will blame me for delaying your cultivation. Hurry up! Didn't you say that you wanted to shine during the new student assessment and settle your grudges? Hurry up and cultivate. Lin Sheng and the other man glanced at him strangely and nodded. They did not argue further. They knew that cultivation was more important, so they did not leave. They stayed on the mountain peak to cultivate. At least they would have a companion and would not be too bored. As the two cultivated, they would inadvertently sneak glances at Yun Nuoxing. But every time they would only see him staring blankly at the sea of trees below. He did not seem to be cultivating, nor did he seem to be in a daze. He seemed to have noticed something. Regarding this, the two of them could not say anything. According to their age, the two of them should call him brother. After being distracted a few times, the two of them entered a deep level of cultivation. Lin Sheng was still studying his lightning prison array, while Yi Qinglian was trying to fuse her elemental power and soul power. Looking at the trend, she was not far from advancing to the demon rank. When she reached the initial stage of fusion, she would be able to leap over and ascend to the demon rank. The three of them busied themselves with their own matters until the sun set in the west and night fell. Yun Nuoxing, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. A colorful light illuminated a radius of 100 meters. He looked at the sea of trees not far away. There, a slender and moving figure leaped over. The leaping figure also raised her head. When she saw the colorful light, as if she had been guided, she immediately changed direction and flew in that direction. In a short while, she landed in front of Yun Nuoxing, holding a long sword with a silver scabbard in her hand. "You're back." Seeing that Zian had returned safe and sound, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. She could finally put down the heavy stone in her heart. Zian smiled. The faint blue moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, illuminating her slender and moving body. Her cloud-like dark purple hair was still stained with water droplets, and her body was surrounded by water vapor. She seemed to have just come back from a bath. There were many tattered marks on her purple clothes, revealing her white and translucent skin. She was like a fairy who had just come out of a bath. Coupled with the fact that her body was exposed from time to time, Yun Nuashing almost spat out saliva. He hurriedly took off his oversized windbreaker and draped it over her body. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and quietly looked at her. When he saw some of the covered scars on her body, he had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he couldn't say it. He knew how much courage this girl had to muster to ask him to learn the divine, rank profound arts. His gentle words might crush her persistence, but she would also be unhappy, so he couldn't say it. Thank you for your hard work. In the end, all the complicated emotions were exchanged for these 4 words. Yun Nuashing sighed silently and pulled Xian to sit down. The wood elements were slightly active and surged into her body to heal her external and internal injuries. Fighting 10 magical beasts that were more than 6 realms higher than her in a row. Even if she was holding the demigod-level Dragoncry sword, it wouldn't be easy. Seeing that there was some heartache in his eyes, Xian felt a little sweet in her heart. She smiled charmingly and didn't ask why Lin Sheng and Yun Nuashing were here. She just snuggled into his arms and was a little dissatisfied. Wrinkling her nose, she stood up and sat on his lap. Leaning on his shoulder, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. Seeing this girl's charming smile, Yun Nuashing sighed and didn't say anything. He took off the 2 jade arms that were hanging around his neck and wrapped one arm around her slender waist while the other held her jade hand. Just take it as encouragement for her. In any case, he was already used to it. If this could make her feel more comfortable, then let her be. Lin Sheng and Yun Nuashing, who had just finished cultivating, opened their eyes and saw this scene. They were stunned for a moment. Then Yi Qinglian's charming face blushed slightly, causing Lin Sheng, who had just turned his gaze, to stare blankly. He couldn't help but laugh foolishly. He also stood up lightly and pulled her into his arms. However, it wasn't as intimate as Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. The 2 of them just sat there hugging each other. On this mountain peak, if the 2 couples were to be seen by the single youths of Yuanguang Academy, they would probably be so excited that they would go up and challenge Yun Nuashing and Lin Sheng. In front of a precipice that was tens of thousands of feet high, a huge stream of water gushed out from the middle of the mountain wall. It fell down along the distance of tens of thousands of feet, forming an extremely magnificent waterfall. Standing at the bottom of the precipice and looking up, it was as if one was looking at the Milky Way falling from the sky. The huge waterfall slammed against the huge rocks below, creating a huge splash. A 10,000 feet wide lake had accumulated below. Countless ripples were spreading out from the bottom of the waterfall to the periphery of the lake. Why is it a waterfall? On the surface of the lake, there was an area that had been frozen into ice. It looked very out of place in front of the lake, and there were 2 people standing on the ice. The slender figure raised her head to look at the water that was several feet thick, and a drop of sweat uncontrollably flowed down her beautiful face. Have you forgotten what I told you? The figure beside the slender figure flicked her long, colorful hair that was like gorgeous silk. Looking at the waterfall, she smiled and said, "Although this method is very ancient and uncreative, the effect is still very useful. Moreover, there are enough water elements here. There are also earth elements nearby." Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "At present, the 5 elements body only has the origin of earth and the origin of water. Originally, I wanted to find an underground lake, but I accidentally found this place. I can use the waterfall to slap your delicate skin and tender flesh, so that your body won't be able to withstand it and tear apart when I use the divine, rank, mysterious technique." Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but curl up her sexy red lips. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with watery eyes, as if she was trying to please her. This glance almost made the latter spit out a mouthful of blood. She quickly covered her face with her palm and laughed dryly. The five elements body is integrated with the five elements of heaven and earth. With the advantage of the physique, you can better sense the heaven and earth and resonate with this heaven and earth. Let's try another method. Yen pursed her lips as she gently shook Yun Nuashing's arm with her jade-like hands. Yun Nuashing turned her head with difficulty. The emotions in her limpid eyes and the rippling appearance made his heart beat faster. He had to admit that this girl's delicate and pitiful appearance stimulated the desire to protect her from the bottom of his heart. If it were anyone else, they would have already fallen for her. Even he, who almost never left her side, couldn't help but swallow when he saw this. Cough. It's shameful to act coquettishly. Hurry up and cultivate. If you continue to act cute, I'll spank you. Yun Nuashing's face was red as she coughed dryly. She turned her head and didn't look at Zian, lest she be conquered by her gaze. Oh. Zian blinked and gently nodded, just as she was about to walk towards the waterfall. She saw Yun Nuashing's blushing face from the corner of her eye. Her heart skipped a beat, and her red lips curled into a sly smile. She gently retracted her raised foot, then stood on her tiptoes and gently bit Yun Nuashing's earlobe with her red lips. She then used an extremely charming voice to imitate a kitten and meowed, "Meow." After quickly finishing this action, she even lightly scratched his chest with her lily-white hand. Then she turned around with a charming smile and flew towards the waterfall. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out in Yun Nuashing's head, shaking his mind to the point that it rippled. In the depths of his colorful eyes, it was as if there was a stormy sea surging with raging waves, and his pretty face was so red that blood could drip out. He suddenly turned his head, only to see that the girl had already rushed into the waterfall. Yun Nuashing could only laugh bitterly. Her fair hand gently caressed her burning red cheeks, and the corners of her mouth inadvertently curled into a joyful arc. "I'll deal with you later." Yun Nuashing chided softly with a smile. She took a few deep breaths and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. After a while, she finally collected her emotions. Yun Nuashing glanced at the waterfall and walked forward. When she was a few hundred feet away from the waterfall, she sat down. Her eyes shone brightly as she stared at the waterfall. "Has it begun?" When he opened his eyes, he suddenly felt that the water and earth elements between heaven and earth were slightly surging, as if they were being implicated. Moreover, there was a power that he was very familiar with that was rapidly spreading with the help of the two elements. The range was also rapidly expanding because of the place where the two elements were present, using the body to sense the heaven and earth, using the body to adapt to the power of the heaven and earth. When the body can resonate with the energy of the outside world, until the breathing is in harmony with the breath of the heaven and earth, as if the body is the heaven and earth, and can sense all the energy that exists between heaven and earth, then you can come into contact with the divine, rank, profound technique. Yun Nuashing muttered to herself and let out a long breath. This step will take a lot of time. The 5 elements body will take at least half a month. In the emerald green sea of trees, there was a faint white mist. A gentle breeze blew, and the white mist rippled slightly. Finally, it surged into the sky with the wind, causing the forest to become much clearer. Chi! Clang! In the calm sea of trees, there were suddenly sounds of wind breaking and metal violently colliding and rubbing. One's line of sight passed through the layers of trees and fixed on an open space on the mountainside. After the sound of wind breaking rang out, an energy that flickered with the color of stars suddenly flashed through the air like a star field. In that energy, one could feel an extremely strong sword intent. After the sword, Chi streaked across a large distance in space. It also collided with another silver longsword on the other side. A deafening sound rang out, and that was where the clanking of iron came from. The The speed of the starry sword light was not very fast. It could be seen with the eyes as it streaked across space. From time to time, it would rush across the ground, expanding from its original size of 10 feet to a size of 10 feet, drawing a terrifying gully. After a long time, it was finally cut into pieces by a slender silver longsword. Clang! A muffled sound of metal colliding resounded through the forest. Immediately after, 4 or 5 starry sword lights shot over. At the end of the small forest, a slender figure tightly gripped the long sword in her hand. When she saw the 4 or 5 starry sword lights that were rapidly flying over, she secretly took a breath of air. Tightly gripping the long sword, she cried out. Her jade-like hand waved a few times like lightning, completely dispersing the starry sword lights. However, her delicate body was also pushed back a large distance by this force. Her deep purple hair scattered like silk, making her incomparably beautiful. Can you still take it? In the distance, seeing the slender figure retreat a dozen steps, Yun Nuashing, who had released the starry sword light, could not help but clench her fists. She almost wanted to throw away the iron sword in her hand and rush over. Xian took a few deep breaths. She was wearing Yun Nuashing's black windbreaker. The material of this windbreaker was very special. It had been with Xian for almost 20 years. It had fought many battles, big and small, rolled on the ground many times, crashed through thick walls many times, and even damaged divine artifacts. However, this windbreaker had never worn out. He let Xian wear it because he wanted her to suffer less injuries. Phew! After panting for a while, Xian and Mei Mao froze. She pulled out the dragon cry sword that was stabbed into the ground, holding it tightly in her right hand. She raised her head slightly, smiled at Yun Nuashing, and nodded her head, looking at Xian, who was clenching his teeth and persevering. Yun Nuashing's teeth tightly bit his bright red lips. A trace of heartache flashed across his beautiful face. He felt that every sword strike was aimed at his heart, causing him to feel incomparable heartache. However, when he saw Xian's strong smile, he still nodded his head gently. The ordinary metal sword in his right hand suddenly swung out, leaving behind numerous afterimages as sword auras once again shot out explosively. Clang! 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 Bang! In the small forest, among the sounds of metal colliding and muffled sounds, there was a soft and weak groan that continuously rang out. Yun Nuashing moved extremely slowly. He didn't use even the slightest bit of the light element. He even controlled the speed of the sword light so that Xian could see it clearly. However, he also controlled it so that she had to use a large amount of strength to block it. Only then could she feel the sword intent in his sword. Even though he controlled the speed of the sword light to be slow, Xian was still unable to cope with the dense sword light. The mist sword light would mercilessly strike her body. Although she had the windbreaker to block it, the pain of the sword light whipping her delicate body made her tremble violently every time. Her beautiful face was also somewhat pale from the pain, and every time he heard her muffled groan, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but want to throw down his iron sword and rush over. His beautiful face would also become slightly pale from the pain. In this way, it was as if he was torturing himself. Clang! With a violent tremor, Xian, who was holding the dragoncry sword, was finally somewhat exhausted and unable to swing it. She could only barely hold it horizontally in front of her and forcefully block the attack. Even the dragoncry sword was sent flying. Afterwards, she finally reached the limit of what she could endure. Her jade-like legs gave way and she knelt on the ground without strength. Yun Nuashing's heart trembled. But before he could jump down from the rock, a beautiful figure in blue rushed out from the small forest to the side and quickly supported Xian. She held a piece of soft cloth in her hand and gently wiped the sweat and faint bloodstains on Xian's face. She didn't forget to raise her head and coquettishly said to Yun Nuashing, "You should be gentler. Yun Nuoxing looked at Yi Qinglian with a bitter smile and shook his head. He jumped down from the rock and hurriedly ran to Xian's side. When he saw the latter's beautiful face was pale and her red little mouth couldn't help but gasp for breath, his heart ached. He wanted to be gentler, but Xian had seriously warned him that it must be effective. So what was he thinking about? He didn't know how to cultivate a divine-grade mystic technique without getting injured, and neither did Zai. This was a relatively gentle method that he and Zai had discussed. Xian's skin was soft and tender. If it was too forceful all of a sudden, no one would be able to stand it. I also want to, but it's necessary for cultivation. Do you think I want to? My heart hurts more than yours. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His palm gently pressed against Xian's beautiful face. When he saw her reluctantly open her eyes to look at him and smile sweetly at him, his heart ached even more. Girl, why do you have to be like this? You guys have been talking about this for 15 days. 15 days. Behind the forest, Lin Sheng also slowly walked out. When he saw Xian's beautiful face as pale as a sheet of gold and a girl so weak, his heart tightened a little. At the same time, he didn't quite understand why this girl would treat him like this. He turned his gaze slightly and looked at Yun Nuoxing and Xian. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had been cultivating here for nearly a month. When he saw Yun Nuoxing construct a demigod rank energy array that day, he had developed a strong respect and a faint worship for Yun Nuoxing. This kind of person had the strength of a demon rank, but she could construct a demigod rank energy array and possess a divine rank soul. He had to look up to all of them. At the very least, he knew that he couldn't do it. There must be a lot of stories between them. There must be more than the stories between me and Qinglian. It must be even more distant. Looking at Yun Nuoxing and then at Xian, Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He admired this girl for tormenting herself like this every day. The intensity of the training was unbearable even for him. Xian, this seemingly weak girl, was very strong. She didn't stop even once. She was even stronger and more tenacious than him and Qinglian. It was hard to imagine what the motivation behind her strength was. The shocking scene made him thirst for power even more. He had long regarded Yun Nuoxing and Ziyan as his greatest opponents in the freshman assessment, even though the two of them had said that they didn't want to get involved in this matter. From the strength that the two of them had displayed, it was true that if the two of them were to get involved, the others wouldn't even need to look at them. It would only be a show of their strength. He was thinking that if the two of them didn't like to stand out, the demon rank combat strength rankings would have already been turned upside down. The Thunder Prison formation that Lin Sheng cultivated had also been perfected a lot under the guidance of Yun Nuoxing, giving him the confidence that he could activate it to the strength of the third grade of the demon rank. With the latter's pair of magical eyes, he could naturally guide it and even modify it. However, he did not act recklessly, afraid of scaring people. Of course, what made Lin Sheng even happier was that he and Qinglian seemed to have made two incredible friends. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was just that he liked the two of them very much after interacting with them during this period of time. The two of them didn't have that kind of arrogance. It was just like when he first met the two of them. It was as if he could feel the emptiness of nature. Chapter 632. Heavenly Chasm, World-Slaying Formation. On the peak of the mountain, there was a sudden shout. Streaks of energy suddenly condensed towards the sky, quickly condensing into 6 gigantic swords that were tens of thousands of feet long. They stood side by side, their sharp tips pointing towards the sky. Even the radiant sun in the sky was shocked to the point that it flickered gently. Under the gigantic swords, a slender figure raised the silver swords in her hands. A few drops of sweat dripped down from her slightly thin face. With a shout, the long sword in her hand suddenly slashed down, along with the 6 gigantic swords that were tens of thousands of feet long. Boom! After a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth, the 6 gigantic swords fiercely slashed onto the ground. Then 6 gigantic sword chi also shot out from the place where they landed, destroying everything in sight. The ground was destroyed into a mess, leaving behind a huge ravine of unknown width. It was like an abyss that stretched across the ground. Looking at the huge abyss in front of her, Xian's beautiful face surged with a joyful smile for the first time. After a month of hard work, she was finally able to barely use the Heavenly Chasm sword technique. It consumed almost 90% of the energy in her body. The destructive power also shocked her greatly. She also finally understood why Yun Nuashing would collapse from exhaustion every time she used a profound skill. This divine rank profound skill consumed an astonishing amount of energy, and it was the result of her not using it completely. The foundation of the world-slaying formation was 12 gigantic swords. It was already very strenuous for her to condense 6 gigantic swords, and she also had to control them to unleash extremely destructive attacks. It was almost draining the energy in her body. In the past, when she saw Yun Nuashing casually use several divine, rank profound skills, she was not in such a sorry state. Only now did Xian understand that, just in terms of energy, she was not much weaker than her. Of course, after a month of hard work, Xian finally passed the 3rd seal and reached the 4th seal of the devil rank. Moreover, she had also advanced 3 small realms. She was actually a little worried about this because they had all accepted the test of the stars. The change in their strength would affect the content of the test. However, when she saw that the content of the test did not change and that she still had to tame the ancient spirit godly phoenix on the demon god mountain in the divine land's southern plains, she was also relieved. Pa! A crisp clapping sound rang out from the mountain peak below. Yin gently turned her head and saw Yun Nuashing gently clapping her slender hands. She was looking at Yen with a smile on her face. That crisp clapping sound was the best encouragement for Yen. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian, who were standing at the side, could not help but drop their jaws when they saw the 6 great swords and the huge abyss. This destructive power. Even some beginner god-level experts would not be able to achieve this, right? Was this really an attack from the girl who was only at the 4th seal of the devil rank? Brother Yin, even though I know I shouldn't ask, I still can't help but want to ask this: what level of profound skill did Xian cultivate? Lin Sheng finally closed his jaw with his palm. He turned his head and asked Yun Nuashing the question that he had been holding back for a month. Well, since we're all friends, there's no harm in telling you. Yun Nuashing smiled, then turned his head and looked at Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian seriously. He smiled evilly and said, "Divine grade, mystic technique, heavenly chasm, sword technique." Divine grade. As expected, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Their mouths were opened so wide that a pear could be stuffed in. Yi Qinglian also covered her red lips with her jade-like hands and stared at Mei Mao with wide eyes. The highest level they had seen in their lives was probably the immortal grade, mystic technique. The divine grade was a divine item that was unattainable to everyone. They must have thought about it before, but they never thought that they would actually see it with their own eyes one day. The 2 words divine grade could represent everything. Once one was born, it would cause countless gods to go crazy and fight over it. It was even possible that blood would flow into rivers because of it. A divine grade, mystic technique. Even some of the super forces in the divine world might not necessarily have it. Yi Qinglian couldn't help but roll her slender, jade-like neck as her cold voice faintly sounded. After these days of interaction, Yun Nuashing also knew that she was a member of a great force in the divine continent's western region. Her status was equivalent to that of a goddess, but she didn't want to bear this title and gave it to another sister in the same clan. Then she ran out of the clan and traveled thousands of miles to the Longguang Academy to find Lin Sheng. Before this, the 2 of them had met because of the academy's enrollment. Yi Qinglian had traveled thousands of miles to the Longguang Academy because of Lin Sheng. As for Lin Sheng, he was just a member of a small clan in a remote area of the Taiyuan region. After Yun Nuoxing knew the cause and effect, he jokingly said that the swan wanted to eat the toad. In the end, he was chased by the two of them all over the mountain, laughing as he ran. It was just a joke. Lin Sheng also laughed and said that he, the toad, wanted to eat the swan. Anyway, the swan was happy, right? Well, since you know, I don't need to say more. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled indifferently. He wasn't worried that the two of them would leak the news. After interacting with each other for a month, he naturally trusted the other's character and dared to reveal it to them. Seeing his mysterious smile, Lin Sheng was a little touched. If such a secret was shared, it would definitely be a disaster if it were to spread. Yun Nuoxing told them because he trusted them. At the same time, they were also very curious. Why did these two mysterious people, who seemed to have a great background, come to the Longguang Academy? They had never revealed this point, and Lin Sheng had never asked. After forcefully using the world slaying formation, Xian felt that the energy in her body was almost depleted. Her body was so weak that it seemed like she could collapse at any time. After taking a few breaths, she put away the dragon cry sword and hurriedly flew down. She landed beside Yun Nuoxing and crashed into his embrace. Her small mouth was still gasping for air. "Girl, you've already worked very hard. Rest for a while. It's already very good that you succeeded on your first try using a divine, grade, mystic technique. Don't be too anxious." Yun Nuoxing whispered softly and hugged the girl in his arms tightly. He didn't have any romantic thoughts in his heart. He just wanted to give her a safe embrace. Leaning weakly in Yun Nuoxing's embrace, Xian's breathing was slightly hurried. Her entire body felt sore and numb. She didn't even want to move her fingers. She gently rubbed her head against Yun Nuoxing's cheek as a response. It's still too strenuous for a demon-level body to use a divine item like a divine, grade, mystic technique. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to use it, Yi Qinglian said softly. After personally witnessing a divine, grade, mystic technique, she felt as if her soul had been sublimated and her horizons had been broadened. A small portion of the results is already so powerful. I really don't know how powerful a divine, grade, mystic technique would be at the phenomenal stage. Staring at the huge abyss below, Lin Sheng couldn't help but mutter with a bitter smile. Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. Even he didn't dare to say that he had cultivated the heavenly chasm sword art to the phenomenal stage. He could only say that he had a good grasp of it, but he was far from being proficient. It seems that tomorrow is the day of the freshman assessment. Do you have any plans? Take first place? Or will it be fine after you settle your grudges? Hugging Xian and gently sitting down, Yun Nuoxing adjusted her posture so that she could lean more comfortably and ask casually, "Tomorrow." Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian also slowly sat down. The two of them looked at each other and muttered to themselves for a long time. Then they laughed loudly and said, "It's a waste of youth if one isn't frivolous. I still have to fight for the first place. But this is an idea that I've only had recently." Lin Sheng smiled and glanced at Yi Qinglian. Then he turned to look at Yun Nuoxing and said with a faint smile, "With our strength, we also know how difficult it is to fight for the first place among the freshmen. Other than Brother Yun and Yi Qinglian, the strongest among the freshmen are at the 3rd seal of the demon rank. Perhaps they are at the 4th seal of the demon rank. With Brother Yun's help, Qinglian has advanced to the demon rank. However, I'm only at the 3rd transformation of the half-demon rank. But Brother Yun has helped us so much this month. If we don't fight for the first place among the freshmen, it would be a waste of Brother Yun's good intentions." Lin Sheng grinned and scratched his head. There was a hint of gratitude on his handsome face. Yun Nuoxing had built a demigod array here and they had only borrowed it for a month. Yet the latter had not said anything against it. Instead, She had warmly invited them to stay here. This made Lin Xing feel that he owed Yun Nuoxing something. Although the latter had said that there was no need to mind, it was better for them to use it together since it was the same for one person or 4 people. It's a waste of youth if one isn't frivolous. Why do I feel like I'm already old? I don't have that frivolity anymore. Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh faintly when she heard this. Lin Xing smiled awkwardly. He did not know how to answer. Do your best. Do your best in everything. If you encounter something that your best is not enough, then go all out. Burn your life and soul. There will always be someone who appreciates the blazing sparks that bloom. If there isn't anyone, then you are your own audience. Watching the blazing big fireball slowly fall, Yun Nuoxing gently stroked Xian's soft long hair and whispered softly, as if she was talking to herself, "Burn your life." Lin Xing listened and thought for a while. However, he nodded in agreement. This made Yi Qinglian feel very helpless. She did not know what this guy was thinking. When Xian calmed down a little, Yun Nuoxing began to inject energy into her to check her body. As the energy was injected, his expression changed slightly. Yun Nuoxing's meridians had swelled a little due to the excessive amount of energy gathered when she used the divine grade mystic technique. In particular, the main meridians that operated the world slaying formation were about to burst. Yun Nuoxing did not doubt that as long as a trace of energy touched the swollen meridians, those meridians would shatter on the spot. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing's expression could not remain calm. He was somewhat annoyed that he had taught Xian the Heavenly Chasm sword technique. His body was very good in all aspects. His meridians were made of crystal and had been reshaped by the colored glass divine crystal. Back then, Xian Yin had used her divine power to cleanse his meridians countless times and even left an imprint on them. Even if they were hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than his body's capacity, it would not be a problem. However, he had forgotten that Xian's body was not very strong. Although she had become stronger after being reborn in the celestial pool, her meridians had been shattered once before. What's wrong? Seeing his slightly distressed expression, Lin Xing could not help but ask. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh and shook his head. He lowered his head to look at Xian, whose pretty face was still slightly pale. After hesitating for a moment, he said gently, "Girl, don't fight for the freshman assessment tomorrow." He had thought that Xian would insist, but in the end she only smiled and nodded. She rubbed her head against his chest like a kitten. She was so weak that she did not want to speak. She also knew her own body's condition. It seemed that she had to give up. "Silly girl, fighting for my life is my specialty. Why do you have to torture yourself like this?" Seeing her so weak, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He also felt a little bad. He gently rubbed her head with his palm, taking out a scroll from the pendant. Yun Nuoxing glanced at it and handed it to Lin Xing. He said softly, "In this array is the energy array that we will be using this month. This array will automatically absorb the power of heaven and earth to maintain its operation. Also, there is a thunder prison array inside. I have modified it slightly. It should be able to unleash the power of 5 seals." When he casually took the scroll, Lin Xing was still a little curious. After hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, his hand trembled and he almost threw it away. Such a valuable item. I can't accept it. Lin Xing laughed bitterly. It was a demigod energy array and a modified thunder prison array. This guy was really too powerful. He could give away such a valuable item so casually. It's just an array and it can't be reused. You can put the energy array where you live. As for the thunder prison array, you can slowly figure it out yourself. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Without giving Lin Xing time to reject, he directly carried Xian up with both hands and jumped into the air. He made a face at the two of them and then quickly flew into the school. His speed made Lin Xing sweat profusely. Looking down at the scroll, he felt that it was a little heavy. Lin Xing could not help but laugh. He shook his head, helplessly. This guy, I can't repay this favor. He is generous. He gave away a demigod energy array just like that, even though it's just an array. Yi Qinglian gently stroked her hair and smiled. Let's go back too. We have to perform well in tomorrow's assessment. Otherwise, we will let him down. Sighing softly, Lin Sheng slowly stood up and stretched. Then he looked at Yi Qinglian with a wicked smile on his lips. The latter blushed and could not help but lower her head. Lin Sheng looked at the girl's charming appearance in front of him. His eyes were slightly hot. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Seeing her pretty face that was so red that water could be squeezed out of it, he laughed softly. He held her little hand and flew towards the Longguang Academy. Chapter 633. In the freshman area, in the small palace by the lakeside, there were occasional bursts of flames in the small palace. The blazing energy illuminated the small palace, as if there was a fire. This kind of light was enough to light up the night. However, there was an invisible barrier erected outside the small palace, sealing the attractive flames inside. In the room on the second floor, the fire coincidentally extinguished, causing the night to regain its tranquility. A graceful figure was lying on the large, soft bed. Even the soft blanket was unable to cover her perfect curves. If one were to shift one's gaze upwards, one would see that her beautiful face was currently covered in perspiration. Her small cherry lips were tightly pursed, while her pair of delicate eyebrows were involuntarily tightly knitted together. It was as though she was enduring a great pain. That expression was extremely pitiful and lovable. Yun Nuoxing sat on the edge of the bed. His left hand was tightly holding Xian's small hand. His other hand was free, holding a jade bottle. Inside it was a ball of colorful liquid. It was the water from the Rainbow Aurora celestial pond that they saw that day. Can you do it like this? On the other side of the bed, Zai was also nervously holding Xian's hand. She raised her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing coquettishly. This guy. At first, she was opposed to teaching Xian the heavenly chasm sword technique. Now he was finally causing trouble. Beside her, Feng, and Lan Exener also came out. They looked nervously at Xian, who was unconscious on the bed. In theory, it should be possible. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Even if he used his own life as a joke, he would not dare to use this girl's life as a joke. For balls of divine flames appeared and swiftly refined a heavenly spirit leaf and an inch of heavenly spirit branch into a pool of emerald liquid. Then he poured it into the jade bottle, after which he took a deep breath and formed a few seals with his hands. His finger drew across his jade-white wrist, and a line of blood appeared. Drop after drop of golden blood slowly dripped down. Finally, all of it fell into the jade bottle. After only 5 drops of golden blood, Yun Nuoxing's face became much paler. That was essence blood. It was the essence blood of a god spirit bloodline. It was not ordinary blood. If he used it recklessly, it would hurt his vitality. If he used too much, it would hurt his blood. But 5 drops were enough. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. He put the essence blood back into his blood vessels. His hand slid across his wrist. The wound disappeared. Yun Nuoxing felt relieved. When the golden blood dripped into the jade bottle, the 3 drops of liquid combined into 1. They released a life force. It was so strong that it could not be dissolved. That bottle had a part of the essence of the sky spirit tree, the essence blood of a god's spirit bloodline, and the water of the Rainbow Aurora fairy pond. It created a very bright life force. It also contained a lot of energy. That strong life force could bring someone back from the dead if they drank it. Hurry up. The longer we wait, the more pain Xian will have to endure. It will be harder for her to recover. Ziyi raised her head and looked at the jade bottle. Her small nose twitched. Her heart jumped. The thing in the jade bottle made her, a godly creature, want it. Yun Nuoxing nodded and helped Ziyan up. However, When he saw Ziyan's tightly shut red lips, he was stunned. It seemed that she couldn't pour it in like this. Idiot, feed her. You have kissed her so many times. What is there to worry about? Seeing him like a wooden man, Ziyi stared at him angrily. This bastard was still hesitating. Yun Nuoxing's handsome face turned red. He wanted to say that he should think of another way, but he did not have much time to hesitate. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly made up his mind. He stared at Ziyi and said, "Close your eyes." After that, he did not care whether they closed their eyes or not. He took a deep breath and poured the colorful liquid into his mouth. Then he lowered his head and sucked the red liquid into his mouth. Wow! Lan Xan, who was peeping from the side, covered her eyes with her jade-like hands. However, she spread her fingers and saw everything clearly. Ziyi and Feng Er's faces turned red. They coughed dryly and hurriedly covered the former's eyes. They also put away the night pearl and the crystal. They also turned their gazes away. If they continued to stare, it would be like a public execution. Yun Nuoxing would fight them to the death. In the dim room, a faint feeling of affection surged. The ambiguous and warm atmosphere made the hearts of the people in the room speed up. When the second day arrived, the freshman area of the Longguang Academy suddenly exploded with an astonishing vitality. Almost all the freshmen opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at the stone platform in the distance with surging emotions. What Yun Nuo Planet had said the other day wasn't limited to what he had said to Lin Sheng and Luo Yunyang. Yuanguang Academy, Xiaoguang City, and even the southern part of the Taiyuan region were merely the first stops on their journey. Their goal wasn't limited to just a small area. This freshman assessment was an opportunity for all the new students to shine. Only by standing out could they shine with their own brilliance. This time, there were more than 120,000 new students. The gigantic stage was prepared for these 120,000 new students. The intensity of the competition could be felt just from the number of people. This was the first time these 120,000 people clashed on the gigantic stage that was the academy. In the freshman area, the atmosphere in the area where Lin Sheng and Yi Qingyu were at was similarly bubbling with excitement. More than 800 people had gathered in the square, and all of them wore a green lotus on their chests. On the green lotus, two figures could be seen standing back to back. It was the emblem of the Green Lotus Society. Clearly, they were all people who had joined Lin Sheng's society. Such a scene was also playing out in the other areas of the freshman area. With hundreds of people gathered together, the atmosphere was extremely majestic. At this moment, the expensive rent of the small palace by the lakeside had scared away quite a number of new students. Only those who had sufficient energy would stay in this palace area. Hence, the lively atmosphere did not spread over. However, at this moment, 3 people were standing in front of the small palace. They were gently knocking on the tightly shut door. The man who was as sturdy as a mountain had his arms crossed. His eyes were burning with passion. He had prepared a lot for today. Brother Yin, Miss Ziyan. The elegant man who was knocking on the door could not help but shout inside. After a long while, he finally saw the door slowly open. Looking inside, he saw Yun Nuoxing in a nightgown. Her long, colorful hair was scattered. The nightgown was half open, revealing her chest and shoulders. One could even see the colorful patterns on her snow-white skin. It was extremely gorgeous. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Lin Xian's group couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Can't this guy at least open the door for once and be dressed neatly? With a girl's face, this appearance is really alluring. Brother Yin, the freshman assessment is about to begin. Elder Jinshin has asked everyone to gather. Why are you still sleeping? Big Mountain looked away with a red face. He coughed dryly and said, Oh, are all the freshmen going? Yun Nuoxing let out a long yawn. Her face was filled with reluctance. Yes, they have to go. All the freshmen have to go, regardless of their strength. Zhong Songbai's face was also slightly red. He hurriedly said, "Brother Yun, quickly tidy up." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing responded in a very languid manner and slowly walked upstairs. That graceful back almost caused Lin Xian's group of 3 to have nosebleeds. If this guy was really a girl, then she would definitely be a femme fatale who would bring disaster to the country and its people. No, the kind who would bring disaster to the world. A moment later, Yun Nuashing and Zian walked down the stairs. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, they left the palace with Zhong Songbai and the other 2. They flew towards the plaza where countless freshmen had gathered. "Is everyone here? If you're ready, then let's go." On the plaza, a ray of light flashed. Jinshin appeared in the air. After not seeing him for half a month, his tone had returned to its previous stiff state. Even his expression was frozen. It was as if his entire person had been frozen. He looked at the numerous students below and spoke indifferently. "Let's go." Lin Sheng waved his hand and took the lead to rush into the sky. He cupped his hands towards Jinshin. Immediately, the figures below flashed, one figure after another shooting straight into the sky. Under Jinshin's lead, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards the huge stone platform they had come from. While they were moving, densely packed black figures also soared into the sky from the other new student areas. They brought along large shadows as they flew across the ground. At the spot where the 100,000 feet tall stone platform was, 3 additional stone platforms had appeared at this moment. When they merged together, their enormous size caused countless students to involuntarily raise their heads to look at them. When the freshmen moved, quite a few older students also saw the 4 merged stone platforms and rapidly rushed towards them. The freshman assessment was not just a simple assessment. It was also one of the most important activities in the Highlight Academy. The freshmen who were able to stand out from the various assessments would all become elite-level existences in the future. These older students also had to go and take a look to see if there were any freshmen worth paying attention to. However, regardless of whether they looked or not, there were already 2 freshmen who were appointed by the imperial court. They possessed an extremely strong threat to all the older students. That's right, they were the 2 nameless figures on the huge sword mountain peak. Lin Sheng and the rest followed Jinshin as they flew towards the stone platform that had already become extremely large. They only arrived after a dozen minutes and landed on the top of the stone platform. However, what caused them to be somewhat astonished was that when they had first ascended the stone platform, they had been able to see Xiaoguang City from the side of the stairs. At this moment, however, they could only see a huge mountain range. It was as if the stone platform was connected to another space and had been switched to another location. The huge stone platform was already filled with figures. All the freshmen had gathered here. The noise from countless mouths pierced their eardrums and shot straight into the clouds. Boom! Just as all the freshmen had gathered here, waves of ear-piercing explosions suddenly rang out in the sky. However, when everyone raised their heads, they did not see anything. They could not help but feel somewhat puzzled. At the edge of the stone platform that no one was paying attention to, there were 5 additional figures. They were Yun Nuashing and the other 4, who had arrived a little late. Phew, we made it in time. It's all Brother Yun's fault for sleeping in. How could he sleep through something as important as the freshman assessment? Big Mountain patted his chest and wiped away his sweat. Then he patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Is it my fault?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing wrinkled her face in an incomparably aggrieved manner. Her cute appearance almost caused Zhong Songbai and Big Mountain to have nosebleeds. "Are there any problems?" Yun Nuashing looked at Zian. Her small face was pale. After a night of recuperation, she had completely recovered. However, she did not know how her body was doing. "Yes, there's no problem. I've completely recovered." Hearing this, Zian smiled and nodded. Her two jade-like hands hugged his arm tightly. She smiled sweetly. The soft touch of a certain part of his body made Yun Nuashing's face turn slightly red. 6 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Their appearance was extremely sudden and silent. However, the stone platform immediately quieted down. 4 of the 6 people were no strangers. They were the 4 elders who had received them. As for the 2 newcomers, they were extremely young. They were as handsome as youths. Their skin was fair, and they did not look old at all. They always had a smile on their faces. Their eyes were slightly narrowed, and they looked mysterious and kind. When the 6 people appeared, countless gazes on the stone platform below also turned to the 6 figures. Yun Nuashing also raised her head with some curiosity. When the 6 people appeared, the elemental energy of heaven and earth was clearly disrupted for a moment. However, it quickly returned to its original state. It was as if their arrival made the elemental energy somewhat uneasy. The 2 elders standing at the front are extremely young. It is said that they are guest elders sent down by the Far Light Academy. They are also called Sky Elders. Their status is very high. Even the dean and the others have to be respectful when they see them. Zhong Songbai displayed his know-it-all ability at this moment and said softly, "Guest elders? What the hell? The Far Light Academy's higher-ups? Isn't that Joe? What's that thing?" Big Mountain could not help but gasp. He covered his mouth and carefully looked around. Guest elders. It is said that they have the strength of gods. Zhong Songbai waved his hand, indicating for him to lower his voice. Then he continued, "Gods of gods," as expected of a transcendent force in the realm of the gods. Gods of gods. Lin Xian also swallowed his saliva. Sky rank? Why would I think of the Xianlong continent? On the side, Yun Nuashing and Zian looked strange. Except for the somewhat familiar title, they were all members of the 9 divine temples. Usually they did not feel anything. After all, they had spent a lot of time with the Golden Empress and the others. They did not expect the 9 divine temples to be so sacred and transcendent in everyone's hearts. Just mentioning it made them feel pressured. In the sky, the 2 white-robed people with youthful appearances smiled as they looked at the endless sea of people on the huge platform below. Their gazes moved slightly, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding as they paused their gazes at the edge of the platform. When they saw Yun Nuashing and Ziyan, a slight smile flashed across their eyes, and they nodded their heads in an almost imperceptible manner. The Son of God is also here. I thought he would stay in the palace and not come to participate in this. What are you going to do if he doesn't come? If he fails the freshman assessment, he will be expelled. Well, both of them are on the list. What else can you do? The 2 elders in the sky rank transmitted their voices and exchanged glances. Then they smiled knowingly and did not say anything. It was enough for them to know in their hearts. However, seeing them looking at him, Yun Nuashing could not help but roll her eyes. All right, since they could recognize him and smile and hint at him, they must be from the 9 divine temples. Newcomers, this old man is Yen Feng. Please take a second or 2 to welcome you all as students of the Longguang Academy. Of course, this is temporary, the white-robed man on the left said with a smile. His smile was like an old fox. It was somewhat strange for a youth who looked like a student to call himself an old man. However, for this kind of strangeness, more students noticed his words. What did he mean by temporary? My name is Bing. This year's freshman assessment will be presided over by the 2 of us. As usual, there are 3 assessments. If you do not pass any of them, I'm very sorry, but the Longguang Academy will ask you to go back and recultivate. The other white-robed man said lightly. Those indifferent words made the 120,000 people below suck in a breath of cold air. Failing the assessment and expulsion. They had never heard of this before. The 3 tests are all extremely difficult. Furthermore, they're divided into the mortal rank, half devil rank and devil rank. In the past, there have never been less than 1,000 students expelled. You all have to be careful. Yan Feng smiled as he looked at the faces below, whose expressions had changed drastically. 1,000. How were they supposed to live? As he gazed at the students below, whose expressions had changed drastically, Yan Feng also ridiculed. In that case, without further ado, let the test begin. During the test, the 3 grades will not meet each other. Before the test is over, let's do our best. With a wave of Bing's sleeve, the space behind the stone platform suddenly enlarged and swallowed it. Many new students watched nervously as the space wrapped around the stone platform and brought them to another place. Chapter 634. This was an incomparably large mountain range. Within the mountain range, there were towering mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall. These mountains were connected together, appearing just like a city wall that towered over the horizon. Even the sky was covered by them. The air above the mountain range appeared to be somewhat lively. Astonishing energy ripples were faintly emitted, spreading in all directions. Buzz. Suddenly, the space above the mountain peaks split apart, forming a huge crack. Boundless spatial ripples caused the energy in this area to scatter and escape in all directions. The crack in space slowly expanded, only stopping when it was hundreds of thousands of feet long. Subsequently, a silver-white, huge object slowly appeared from the crack in space. Its enormous size was accompanied by a mountain-like heavy aura as it slowly appeared. Only when it completely emerged from the crack could one clearly see that it was an enormous silver-white stone platform that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. On the stone platform, there was a sea of people. The hubbub of human voices caused this quiet space to become lively all of a sudden. The first test is extremely simple compared to the other 2 tests. However, it is not so simple that it is meaningless. In the air, Yan Feng laughed softly. With a wave of his sleeve, his finger pointed towards the mountain range below. At that spot, there were 11 identical mountain peaks, standing side by side. At the peak of each mountain, there was a huge cave entrance. Large words of different colors floated above the cave entrance. From left to right, they were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, metal, lightning, light, spirit, and soul. The 11 mountain peaks appeared to be dazzling. The 11 types of energy respectively correspond to your elemental strength, spiritual strength, and mental energy. Whichever energy you feel is stronger, you can enter the corresponding area and undergo the test. Regardless of whether you pass or fail, it will lead you to the second test location. As for the rest, we will talk about it when you face the 3rd test. Bing gently crossed his hands within his sleeves as he spoke in an indifferent manner. There is no need to say any unnecessary words. As for the rules, there are not too many. Everything will depend on one's ability. Yan Feng softly chuckled, after which he suddenly waved his sleeve. Immediately, a clear metallic clang resounded in the area. Now, I announce that the new student test has begun. Hua! The stone platform suddenly shook just as Yan Feng's soft laughter spread across the land. In the next moment, countless surging energy soared into the sky. The 120,000 densely packed human figures leaped towards the 11 mountain peaks below the stone platform. Just like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they landed into the enormous holes at the top of the mountain peaks with a crackling sound. At this moment, heaven and earth were trembling from the earth-shattering aura. Yan Feng and Bing Ling stood in the air and looked at the crowd that was continuously falling into the mountain. They could not help but laugh. Isn't 1,000 figures too scary? We have never fired anyone in the past. Bing glanced at him and said faintly, "This old guy was just bluffing. How could he be fired so easily? Ha ha, if we don't scare them a little, how can we get them to be motivated?" Upon hearing this, Yan Feng laughed like an old fox causing the 4 elders behind him to be speechless. Among the 4 of them, the kind-looking old man hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and saying, "Elders, during this divinity test, we discovered 2 students with divinity ratings over 100. Oh, Yen Feng and Bing turned around and looked at the new students that were falling into the mountain peaks like a waterfall. Yen Feng could not help but laugh and said, "How rare! Even in the myriad god world, there are only a few with divinity ratings over 100. There are also very few in the 9 deity temples. Generally, those with divinity ratings over 100 will be able to enter the God-Emperor realm without any accidents. Moreover, they have great potential to break through to the legendary level." Bing took a deep breath and raised his head. He looked at Elder Lin and said, "Which 2? Elder Yen and Elder Ice should have also noticed the 2 little fellows who are wearing masks and hats, trying to hide themselves." The middle-aged man placed his hands behind his back and grinned. He continued, "Not long ago, they even made it to the demon rankings. One is ranked 20, and the other is ranked 36. Hearing the 2 people mentioned, Yen Feng and Bing opened their eyes wide in astonishment. They opened their eyes so wide that their eyeballs were about to fall out. The 4 elders were stunned. Could there be a problem? Haha! After a long while, Yen Feng suddenly burst into laughter. A smile also appeared on Bing's indifferent face. The 4 elders were stunned. They did not understand why they were so excited all of a sudden. Yen Feng also knew that they did not understand. However, there was no need for them to understand. It was enough for the 2 of them to know. The one wearing a mask and the one wearing a hat were Yin Nuoxing and Xian. The 2 of them were members of the 9 deity temples and had high status. Especially the former, he was the successor of the great hall master of the 9 deity temples. He would inherit the 9 deity temples in the future. How could he not be happy when he heard that his divinity had exceeded 100? Excuse me. Leave the rest to Bing. I have some matters to attend to." After laughing for a while, Yen Feng restrained his expression and coughed dryly. Then he grinned again and nodded to Bing before flying towards the distant sky. Seeing that he was in a hurry, the 4 elders thought that he was going to report to the dean. They did not suspect anything and smiled as they watched the former disappear into the horizon. The appearance of 2 little fellows with extremely high divinity would be the glory of the academy. One could imagine how great the fortune of those 2 children would be. However, Bing knew that the reason why that old fellow was in such a hurry was probably to report to the great elder or the great hall master. He could roughly guess how shocking this news would be if it was sent back to the 9 deity temples. Is this true? Why did they only say it now? But a moment later, Bing had some doubts. The divinity test was done the moment they entered the academy. Although it was messy, they could always find the most special ones. But they only said it after 1.5 months. He had no idea what those 4 old fellows were up to. Hearing this, the 4 of them laughed awkwardly. After a while, the young man spoke. "A high divinity doesn't represent everything. We only planned to say it after observing for a while. But from the looks of it, those 2 little fellows are indeed worthy of the 3 digits. To be able to enter the top 40 of the devil rankings the moment they entered the academy. TSK, this has never happened in the academy before, especially since the quality of this batch of students is also very high." Bing nodded. The divinity value and talent weren't equivalent. It was just that having a high value meant that the person's path in the initial god rank would be smoother. It didn't mean that the person's talent was extremely high. However, the 2 of them knew about the talent of Yun Nuoxing and the others. It wouldn't be a problem for them to enter the initial god rank. That was why they were so excited. At the same time, far away in the northern wasteland of the Divine Continent, there were 9 huge floating islands in a connected and powerful self-contained world. Their volume added together was as big as 4 or 5 huge cities. When Yen Feng sent the message back to the Fire God Shrine, the one who received the message was the Fire God King. His palace suddenly burst into flames that soared into the sky. He even roared towards the sky for a long time, shocking Jin Jinwang and the others who were on the shrine of the floating islands. They originally wanted to scold this old fellow for what he was doing, but when the Fire God King slapped the message on his face, Jin Jinwang was so excited that his entire body emitted golden light. A majestic energy soared into the sky. As for the disciples of the Nine Shrine, they raised their heads and looked at the courtyard that was densely covered with 8-colored energy light pillars. Their faces were filled with confusion. They didn't know what the seniors of the Fire God King were doing. After being excited for a long time, Jin Jinwang and the others returned to their respective shrines and sent the message back to the Great Elder, the Shrine Master, and the others. During those 2 hours, the huge movements on the 9 floating islands didn't stop. The disciples were all at a loss. In a pavilion in a huge courtyard in Xiaoguang City, the Golden Empress was stunned when she received the message. Her jade-like hand accidentally crushed the teacup in her hand. She didn't care about the scalding hot tea spilling all over her body. The golden Mei Mao couldn't hide her surprise and astonishment. "Little brother, you're quite capable. Divinity over 100 points. How many years has it been since I received such a message?" The Empress was also stunned for a long time before she recovered. Her jade-like hand trembled as she put down the teacup and smiled sweetly. In the 9 Shrine, there are less than 100 people with divinity between 90 and 100 points. Of course, these 100 people include the elders. After they advanced to the initial god level, their lives were smooth sailing. The worst of them could advance to the Emperor of the Underworld. There was only one person with divinity above 100 points more than 10 eras ago. In that era, the 9 Shrine was revered by the world. The demon world and the demon world disappeared because that person used all his strength to reach that level. The Golden Empress took a deep breath. Although she wanted to calm down, her sexy red lips couldn't help but smile. Now, there are 2 little guys with divinity above 100 points. One is the spiritual godly physique, and the other is the 5 elements physique. I really want to jump to 1,000,000 years later and see the magnificent scene of the 2 of them holding hands and standing above the world. The Golden Empress forced herself to take a sip of tea. She finally suppressed her emotions and didn't destroy the courtyard in her excitement. "Sister Jean, Sister Liuli, what are you laughing about?" In the courtyard, Yu, and Little Moon ran into the pavilion. When they saw the 2 of them smiling happily, they couldn't help but blink their beautiful eyes. They giggled as they sat down beside the 2 of them and asked, "We are talking about your brother." The Golden Empress smiled and rubbed Yu's head. She didn't elaborate and quickly changed the topic. These 2 little guys were extremely excited when they heard about Yun Nuashing. "Speaking of which, how is your cultivation going? Where are Yuan Shi and the others?" "Ah, Xiao Yu and I are fine. Brother Yuan Shi and the others are in pain but happy. Sister Yen is going crazy from refining gold. She hasn't gone out for many days." Yu, and Little Moon, who were originally shining with beautiful colors in Mei Mao's eyes, shrank their little heads when they heard about cultivation and mumbled in response. Let them relax a little. Don't push themselves too hard, especially Qinyan. If she is too anxious, she will go crazy." The Golden Empress reminded them seriously. Mei Mao flashed as if she had thought of something. She said, "Also, these days I have learned more about the affairs of these academies. In the past, I was not in charge of them, so I only got this information not too long ago. In about half a year, there will be a trip to a secret realm. It will be jointly organized by all the God Great Academies in the God Realm. If I'm not mistaken, it will be in a self-created world in the void. The elemental academies that are related to the 9 shrines will also be part of this group. However, this secret realm is not a place where only people from the academies can enter. As long as one's strength is sufficient, one can enter. Life and death will be left to fate. The Golden Empress took a sip of tea and lifted Mei Mao. She looked at you, Air and Little Moon, and said softly, "Both of you should go. That secret realm was left behind more than 10 eras ago. Both of you also have a trial. Going there might be helpful." Hearing this, Little Moon and you both nodded. "Big Sister Jean, I miss Big Brother. Can you?" Little Moon lowered her head, and her beautiful eyes fluttered. Her two little hands poked each other, and her pretty face was slightly red as she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. "The Long Light Academy did not say that outsiders are not allowed to enter. I also did not ground you. If you want to see Little Star, you can go by yourselves. Both of you have advanced a level in this 1.5 months. It is time for you to relax." The Golden Empress smiled and rubbed Little Moon's head. "Really?" Little Moon and you suddenly raised their heads when they heard this, and their beautiful faces were filled with joy that couldn't be concealed. Their bright eyes blinked with all their might, and they seemed to be able to speak. "If you want to go, then go. However, this place is slightly far from the Long Light Academy. If you go, you will need 2 or 3 days. Be careful, especially remember to hide your identity. If others know your identity, they might not treat you as well as we do." The Golden Empress nodded. Then Mei Mao turned and stared at you. A trace of seriousness flashed past Mei Mao's eyes as she said, "Yes." You stuck out her tongue. During this short period of time in the God world, she also knew that the demon world and the God world were like fire and water. The Golden Empress and the others treated her well because of yin nuashing and also because she was still young. However, others might not think so. If they knew that you were from the demon world, they might directly kill you. You are too. You are slightly older than you. You have to take care of her. The Golden Empress turned her head and reminded Little Moon, as if she was a mother who was about to send her daughter away. The two little girls shrunk their heads and shrugged their shoulders, although they agreed in reality. Who knew if they actually listened? Chapter 635. At the edge of the mountain range of the High Light Academy, a gigantic stone platform that was over 10,000 feet tall stood in the air. The pressure brought about by its size caused the magical beasts in the forest below to howl in fear from time to time. The black sea of people transformed into numerous waterfalls that fell into the 11 mountain peaks before them. Swoosh! Just as those new students completely disappeared from the stone platform, the spatial crack on the stone platform once again emitted a fluctuation. The few white-robed figures in the sky faintly smiled when they saw the spatial crack. These little fellows had also come to join in on the fun. The spatial crack fluctuated for a moment, after which numerous figures slowly walked out from it and landed on the stone platform. From the appearance of this group of people, they were also students of the High Light Academy. However, they were all seniors of the academy. At this moment, when they looked at this familiar place, they could not help but softly laugh. Back then, when they were new students, they had also come here to take the test. Why? Do you little fellows have the time to come here to reminisce about the past? Or are you here to watch your juniors embarrass themselves? In the sky, that middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as he involuntarily laughed. The crowd below respectfully cupped their hands together before turning their gazes towards the 11 mountain peaks. It doesn't matter if those people at the top of the devil rankings come or not. For those of us who are ranked slightly behind, we naturally want to see if there are any geniuses who can threaten our positions this year. Haha! Since you are strong, you don't need to worry about your ranking being snatched away by others. If you know this, you should be working hard in your cultivation. That middle-aged elder curled his lips. He was extremely easy to get along with. His mocking words caused the crowd below to bitterly laugh when they heard it. Little Goo, why are you also interested? No, why are you guys also interested in coming here? That young elder's brows involuntarily twitched when he saw some familiar faces as he softly exclaimed, His voice also caused the numerous students below to abruptly turn their gazes over. When they saw the group of people walking out from the spatial crack, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Gu Yu's cold eyes glanced at the crowd before cupping his hands together towards the elder in the air. Without saying anything, he directly walked to the edge of the stone platform. Those indifferent eyes of his seemed to be searching for something. "Heya! Our little brothers are all working hard for the test. How can we not come and watch?" Chuan Mu, Lin Kuei, and Zhong Songling were still inseparable. Chuan Mu grinned, then raised his head and shouted, "Old man, did you see where the three of them went?" Seeing Chuan Mu speak so rudely to the elders, everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, the elders were obviously used to it. They just rolled their eyes and said in unison, "This old man didn't notice." While this tall platform was once again bustling with activity, an extremely intense energy ripple erupted from the mountain peaks below. Looking down from the hole at the top, one could see a large number of elemental human-shaped creatures and giant beasts appearing within each mountain peak. There were even real, magical beasts hiding within them. The vast sea of people collided with the three armies that were charging over. Wild and violent energy churned and swept apart, causing the interior of the Black Mountain peaks to become beautiful. The sounds of slaughter, angry roars, and roars converged together, as elemental creatures were continuously being born from all directions within the mountain. The originally vigorous and vigorous new army was gradually being stopped by the limitless elemental army and magical beast army. Then they were divided into countless thin streams of people that continuously charged into the interior of the mountain. Yun Nuashing and Lin Kuei closed their eyes and casually chose the mountain peak of the earth element. Along with them was the pangolin, Chuan Jingshan. The three of them were stunned for a second when they saw each other. Then Big Mountain laughed loudly and led the way in front. At this time, the three of them were also divided into small groups. As Big Mountain and the other two did not join any clubs, the three of them were scattered. At this time, they seemed even more weak. The army formed by the elemental creatures and magical beasts seemed to have sensed their weakness and actually charged towards them. This is a trashy game that will teleport you out if you are killed, and you will also be expelled. Big Mountain clenched his fists and punched out, smashing the elemental creatures formed by stones that were close to him. Then he slapped the magical beast that was charging at the front and even found the time to roar. There is still the second test. Yun Nuashing looked at him in surprise. No wonder he could send a demigod instructor flying with a punch when he just entered the school. This guy had practically added all his speed, agility, and other attributes to his strength. Although the speed of his punches was fast, they could be easily dodged. It was also because of this that if one were to be hit by a punch, it would be very painful. Bang! Yun Nuashing clenched her right fist and slapped the magical beast that was close to her without using any strength. She slapped it into the endless army and knocked it over. The scene here was very similar to the first level of the spiritual light tower. There were endless elemental creatures, but the former was light elemental, while this place was earth elemental. They were hard and numerous, causing her hand to hurt. Do you know what will happen if you run to an assessment area that is not compatible with your own element? Yun Nuashing took the time to ask as she shook her slightly numb right hand. I don't know. These things are usually investigated by Luo and Bookworm. I am only in charge of doing odd jobs and being a bystander. Big Mountain crushed a giant elemental creature with his palm and roared without turning his head. But I do know that as long as you pass this place, the first test will be over. The second test is said to be related to reincarnation, but it is not really reincarnation. It is just something similar to a spiritual world that is created with powerful strength. Huh. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment and looked at him in astonishment. Without turning her head, she kicked away the giant creature on her right and sucked in a breath of cold air. Her leg hurt a little. What is that thing? We don't know either. We will know once we fight. Seeing the two of them chatting anxiously while clearing the approaching elemental army at a leisurely pace, Xian sighed helplessly. The origin of Earth slowly condensed under her feet. After a moment, Mei Mao stood up and stomped on the ground. Boom! A loud sound came from the ground. Hundreds and thousands of giant earth spikes suddenly shot up from the ground in front of them. They were so fast that the elemental army could not react in time and were directly pierced through. They dissipated into earth elements and disappeared. The path in front of them was suddenly cleared, Yun Nuashing and Big Mountain. Girl, these things can't be killed completely. Even if you clear them all, they will regenerate. Huh. Just break through the encirclement. Huh. Yun Nuashing shouted as she slapped the regenerated elemental army into a mess. I saw that your hand was hurting, so... Xian blinked at Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuashing's hand with some heartache. That jade-white, slender, and feminine hand was now a little yellowish. It was obvious that she had slapped too many earth elements. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. However, the three of them did not delay for long. Taking advantage of the sudden opening in front of them, they increased their speed and rushed forward at lightning speed. The energy that erupted from them dissipated the regenerating elemental army around them. Swoosh! Swoosh! When Yun Nuashing and the others started to dash forward, other people in other directions also saw the opening in the path on this side. They also suddenly erupted with powerful demonic aura and started to break through the encirclement. Then they quickly rushed behind Yun Nuashing and the others. At this moment, there were quite a number of people within the mountain peak that had also left the large group. They single-handedly rushed towards the glowing cave entrance in the distance. Those who dared to act on their own all possessed powerful strength. They were also the cream of the crop amongst the new students. They were the peak strength of each association and faction. Bang! A few minutes later, Yun Nuashing and the others suddenly rushed out of the cave. Dazzling sunlight poured down from the sky, causing the three of them to squint their eyes out of habit. After a while, they opened their eyes and were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. At this moment, they were standing on a huge plain. It was a plain on top of a mountain range. The surrounding mountain peaks were shorter than this place. Standing here and looking down at the surroundings, it was as if they were looking down on the mountains. Clouds and mist lingered around, wandering in the sky and below, as if they were riding on the clouds. When they turned their heads around, at the limit of their vision, they actually saw the huge stone platform they had come from. There were small and densely packed human figures on it. However, the position of the stone platform was clearly shorter than this place. Behind them, there were 11 holes that were 100 feet wide. When they came out from the 11 mountain peaks, they did not notice that the passageway inside was slanting upwards and had brought them to the peak of the mountain range. There were many people standing on the plain in front of them. They had come out earlier than Yun Nuashing and the others. These people were extremely powerful, and it was not surprising that they were able to pass through so quickly. At this time, many people had also rushed out of the 11 holes behind them. Some were relaxed, while others were in a miserable state. When they arrived at the plain on the mountain peak, they could not help but be stunned when they saw the surrounding scene. Lin Sheng, it is not your turn to dominate this place. An intense energy ripple was suddenly transmitted from behind. It was accompanied by a cold laughter, causing everyone who had stopped to rest to be startled. They involuntarily turned their heads around and looked at the few holes. There were actually people fighting inside. Just how deep was the grudge between these people when faced with such an endless army? When Yun Nuashing heard this cold laugh, her heart moved slightly. Then she turned her head. Lin Sheng should be at the half-demon level. Could it be that he had fought his way to the entrance? Boom! Just as she turned her head, she saw a large flame suddenly erupt from the hole on the right like a volcano. Then a figure flew out from it. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Even half of his clothes were burnt. He rubbed against the ground and rolled a few hundred times before coming to a stop. His face was pale as he looked at the hole that was on fire. There was some disbelief in his eyes. A moment later, another figure walked out of the hole. His body was surrounded by flames and his eyes were cold. It was Lin Sheng. At first glance, Yun Nuoxing almost did not recognize him. This guy's demeanor had changed during battle. In other words, they have gathered together again. When she saw Lin Sheng appear here, Yun Nuoxing blinked her eyes and understood something. Lin Sheng's eyes coldly looked at the youth who had been blasted out. He laughed coldly and was too lazy to say anything. His cold expression was slightly restrained, and a gentle smile hung on his face. He turned around and walked to the side. He saw Yi Qinglian looking at him with a smile. However, when Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian walked together, he felt two smiling gazes looking at him. He could not help but turn his gaze and saw Yun Nuoxing and Zian looking at him with smiles on their faces. They even waved their hands. Lin Sheng also laughed softly and walked towards the two of them. Brother Yun. He held Yi Qinglian's hand and came to Yun Nuoxing's side. He looked at the two of them and then at the hole behind them. After thinking for a while, he casually smiled and said, "I didn't expect Brother Yun to be an earth element controller." "Me? No, I'm also a fire element controller. It's just that I just closed my eyes and jumped around casually with my girl. In the end, we jumped into the earth element test." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand. Hearing this, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian were speechless. How could one pass the element test by mistake? Strong was just one word. They really could not think of another word to describe it. "Brother Yin, do you know what the second test is?" Lin Sheng smiled and asked casually. His gaze looked at the holes where people were constantly coming out, as if he was looking for something. I just heard from Big Mountain. It said that it has something to do with the spiritual world and reincarnation. However, I'm not sure either. Who cares? If there are no accidents, we will pass." Yun Nuoxing shrugged indifferently. Her casual words were filled with strong confidence, causing Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian to smile. That's right. No matter what test it was, they would pass. Chapter 636. After looking around in boredom, Yun Nuoxing fixed her gaze on the front of the mountain peak. There were 3 doors floating in the air in front of them. They were more than 10 feet tall, had 3 colors and 3 names. Although they were names, it might be the difficulty of the test. They were all emitting a strange energy fluctuation. It was very similar to mental strength, but it wasn't mental strength or soul power. The white door for the immortal rank, the black door for the demon rank, and the golden door for the divine rank. What's the difference between the 3 difficulties? Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and looked at the 3 huge doors in front of her. The door frame was engraved with very strange divine runes. There was only a spinning blue vortex in the open door, as if it was luring them to enter. There's no hint for the second test. The elder said that we'll talk about the rest before the 3rd test. However, these 3 doors must be for us to choose the difficulty of the 2nd test. Of course, the easier it is, the better. A voice drifted out from an unknown corner, causing many of the resting freshmen to open their eyes. There was a puzzled expression on their faces. Was it like this? Discussions spread out from every corner, but no one took the initiative to move. The tens of thousands of eyes that were looking at the door were filled with doubts and puzzlement. Stop dilly-dallying. You'll know once you go in. Why did you come here if you're afraid of the slightest thing? Will you die? A sudden shout covered everyone's voices. Then a black-robed figure suddenly soared into the sky and landed in front of the 3 doors. He looked at the 3 doors with a serious expression. Then he swung his sleeves and walked into the black demon rank door. It's Tang Yang. He's known as the strongest among the freshmen half-demon rank. It's said that he defeated a demon rank 2nd seal freshman. Phew, I saw him fight once last time. He was also a freshman. I don't know why that guy is as strong as a monster. When everyone saw Tang Yang boldly walk into the black door, their gazes were a little complicated. Then some people sneered and also jumped up and rushed into the black door. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. As someone entered the door, the rest of the people also got up and rushed towards the 3 doors. However, regardless of whether it was the immortal step, half-devil step, or devil step, no one dared to rush into the divine step, golden door. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and turned around. Just as she was about to say something to Lin Sheng, she saw his gloomy expression and could not help but be taken aback. Seeing him staring intently at the black door with a gloomy expression, she could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Have you met your opponent?" When Lin Sheng heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and took a deep breath. His expression returned to normal. He smiled faintly and said, "He's just a clown. Don't worry about him. My target is not him." After a long response, Yun Nuoxing looked at the 3 doors. Before she could decide where to go, someone patted her on the shoulder. She turned her head and saw Big Mountain grinning and saying, "Brother Yin, I'll make a move first. The 2 of them have already gone in. You should hurry up too." After saying that, without waiting for Yun Nuoxing to reply, he laughed loudly and rushed towards the black door. Without knowing what the test was, they subconsciously treated the immortal step and devil step as the corresponding strength test. Then, was the divine step left for the demigod step, or even the initial divine step to take the test? But among the freshmen, the strongest one was only 3 devil step or 4 devil step. Yun Nuoxing was puzzled. "Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. We're leaving too. You 2 hurry up." Turning her head, Yun Nuoxing smiled when she saw Lin Sheng and Big Mountain still looking around. "Yes, be careful. I feel that this is not simple." Hearing this, Lin Sheng also smiled and nodded. He had a rough idea in his heart. He smiled and waved his hand. Then he exchanged glances with Zian. Both of them smiled at the same time. Then, holding hands, they jumped up and jumped towards the 3 doors. They stopped in front of them for a while, then rushed into the golden divine step door. Wow! When Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian saw the 2 of them rush into the golden door, their cheeks twitched. Then they smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Forget it. Anyway, the 2 of them were very mysterious. Maybe they really had that kind of strength and could handle it. Wow! When the freshmen saw that Yun Nuoxing and Zian had chosen the golden door, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they did not know what the specific test was, they felt a little pressured when they saw the words divine step. How could they still choose the divine step so calmly? While the mountaintop plains were in an uproar because of the actions of the 2, 3 light screens appeared on the black platform. They corresponded to the 3 doors. The 3rd light screen did not fluctuate at all. It was not until the 2 figures flashed into the golden door that the light screen slowly began to change. The senior students and a few elders who were watching were stunned when they saw the change in the 3rd light screen. Their eyes were filled with mockery. The test for the golden door was the most difficult. Moreover, very few people had chosen this in the past. Haha, looks like it's another 2 stubborn freshmen. Even if they have the strength of 3 devil step, they might not even be able to break through the 3 devil step difficulty. They actually chose the divine step difficulty. Hey, every batch of freshmen has 1 or 2 who are bursting with confidence. The divine step is not something to be played with. Let's observe a moment of silence for those 2 freshmen. I hope there won't be any battle scenes. Otherwise, it would be really funny. Seeing that the light screen corresponding to the divine step difficulty had begun to change, the senior students were also interested. They wiped their faces and wiped their hair. Then, they quietly stared at the 3rd light screen. No one looked at the 1st and 2nd light screens. It seemed that they were most interested in the 3rd light screen. The second test is a spiritual illusion. It's hard to tell what's real and what's false. Most importantly, that illusion is formed based on one's own experience. Although it's not necessary to break it, it's still a little difficult to find a way out. I hope those two little fellows are already mentally prepared. Even a few elders stared at the test for the golden door with great interest. In fact, everyone was looking forward to the third light screen, the spiritual illusion there was formed from one's real memory. Among the three difficulties, the divine step difficulty was the most mysterious and the most realistic. It was so realistic that everyone was prepared to watch a show, and just as everyone was waiting, the third light screen slowly enlarged. The scene inside was also slowly displayed. When they saw the scene inside, almost everyone spat out a mouthful of water. The elders' cheeks trembled slightly. Ice and Yen Feng, who had left and returned, were also speechless. How could it be this little fellow? What was reflected in the screen was actually Yun Nuashing. It was just that she didn't have a mask. That stunning face made many people stare. But when they remembered that this fellow was a man, they wanted to poke their eyes out. However, their hearts were still rippling. Even if they knew that she was a man, that was still a girl's face. They really wanted to know if she was a man and go for it. After entering the golden divine step door, he was dazed for a moment. When he regained his senses, he was no longer on the plains at the top of the mountain. Furthermore, he didn't have that soft little hand in his hand. He and Zian seemed to have been transported to different places. After being slightly dazed for a moment, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and raised her head. This was the riverside. The river flowed gently by her feet. On the calm surface of the river, there were lanterns with burning candles floating. In midair, there were also Kongming lanterns that rose slowly. The candlelight made the night slightly warm. The river reflected the blue moon in the sky. Bits of moonlight fell on her flawless hands, reflecting the clear moonlight. Only then did he see his own reflection in the water. He was dressed in white and looked ethereal like an immortal. He had a flawless face and a pair of colorful eyes that seemed to contain some magic. His soft, colorful hair was casually draped over his shoulders, falling in front of his chest and hanging on his back. It was stained with water vapor, as if it was caused by the humid air. He was also holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand. The bright red flower pattern was slightly similar to the atmosphere at the moment. It was somewhat joyous and made him feel very comfortable. After taking a light breath of cool air, Yun Nuashing placed the oil paper umbrella on her shoulder and raised her head. The brilliant starry sky was reflected in her eyes. The familiar galaxy made her flutter her bright eyes. Her lips curled into a smile as she murmured, "A familiar galaxy. This is an illusion. Moreover, it is an illusion related to memories. If it was an ordinary illusion, under the night sky, she shouldn't be able to see the starry sky that she was most concerned about. Who would have the time to care whether the starry sky she saw was familiar or not? Moreover, who would use the starry sky to determine what kind of illusion this was? Probably no one other than Yun Nuashing would do that. Two butterflies fluttered on the calm river surface. Their wings flapped gently as they flew across the river surface. They fluttered in front of Yun Nuashing like little fairies. Then they flew forward along the river. After flying for a while, they stopped and circled in place as if they were waiting for her. The deep purple and colorful butterflies made Yun Nuashing a little absent-minded. Were they guiding her? Her feet stepped forward uncontrollably. Yun Nuashing stared at the two fluttering butterflies. Only when she was in front of them did they move. They fluttered and spun as they flew forward. Her palm twirled the oil paper umbrella in her hand. Yun Nuashing emptied her mind and lifted her feet to follow the butterflies. She walked forward unhurriedly. On the riverside, a gentle breeze blew. The candlelight flickered. The colors were warm. A snow-white robe danced with the falling petals. The oil paper umbrella twirled gently, pushing the falling petals away. Such a pleasant and ethereal scene stunned the elders and seniors who were watching the show on the stone platform. They knew that this was an illusion, but it was too real. Little Junior's illusion is so beautiful. It's so pleasant. Big sister, I think I'm in love. Love struck. Ignoring the strange gazes around them, Bing and Yen Feng's expressions turned slightly solemn. The two of them looked at each other with some worry in their eyes. This time, the two of them were the ones maintaining the test. Therefore, they were the ones supporting the illusion. However, why did the illusion go out of control? The divine level illusion is rarely activated because not many freshmen dare to enter it. We can't guess what will happen. Let's hope that the Son of God and Miss Xian will be able to escape safely, Bing said calmly. It won't be that easy. After all, it's a divine level illusion. Let's wait and see. I believe that the Son of God and Xian will be able to escape. There are only the two of them in this illusion. Yen Feng's cheeks trembled slightly. He then let out a long sigh and transmitted his voice in a relaxed manner. Let's wait and see. This illusion might last for a long time. Just as Yen Feng had predicted, the illusion lasted for a long time. In the image, Yun Nuoxing was walking along the seemingly endless river. Perhaps it was a pleasant scene, but it was a little boring to stare at the same image. Therefore, a portion of the students looked at the first and second light screens. There were tens of thousands of images on them, and they couldn't finish looking at them all. 10 minutes later, figures suddenly appeared on the stone platform. The seniors understood and moved to the side to make space for them. The figures that suddenly appeared were the freshmen who were in the second assessment. However, looking at their confused faces, it seemed that they didn't know what was going on. Okay, those who were sent out have failed the second assessment. Bing's calm words made the freshmen feel as if they were struck by lightning. They were all dejected. However, thinking that they had passed the first assessment, they didn't have to worry about being kicked out. Thinking of this, they cheered up a little and raised their heads to look at the 3 light screens. They still didn't know what was going on. The second assessment is a spiritual illusion. Moreover, it's combined with one's own memories. It's not that easy to escape from it. It's better to say that those who rely on their own will to escape from it are really powerful. Seeing the confused looks on the freshmen' faces, a senior couldn't help but speak up. When the freshmen heard this, they suddenly understood. No wonder they felt a sense of familiarity. Not long after this group of people came out, another group of people fell from the sky and fell onto the stone platform. Looking at their blank expressions, it seemed that they also didn't understand what had happened, causing the older students to try their best to stifle their laughter until they suffered internal injuries. Chapter 637. A gentle breeze blew, causing his robe and colorful hair to dance. His slender hand gently stroked his long hair, and the colorful butterflies in his eyes continued to dance. The long river, the lanterns, and the galaxy seemed to be endless, and he could not find the source. He took a deep breath of the cool air. It seemed to be autumn, and the air had a bleak taste, but it was also filled with joy. Yun Nuoxing looked at the front where he could not see anything, and suddenly stopped. The oil paper umbrella in his hand was still spinning gently, and the 2 colorful butterflies also circled in the same place as he stopped. Let's change directions! This thought appeared in his mind for no reason. Yun Nuoxing caressed his slightly cold face, turned around, and walked towards the big river. Standing by the riverside, his feet were only an inch away from the big river. Yun Nuoxing could even smell the cold river water. He took a deep breath, lifted his feet, and slowly put them down. Drip! The faint sound of water dripping could be heard. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head, and it was not as he expected, where the river water would pour into his shoes and soak his robe. Instead, he stood on the river surface, and circles of ripples slowly spread out under his feet. This river seemed to exist in between reality and illusion. Just as he walked on the river surface, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. It changed so quickly that it even gave him a fright. His vision blurred for a moment, and what appeared in front of him again was a city. The soaring flames lit up the night sky, and hundreds of wisps of black smoke rose into the sky. dyeing the clear night sky with a layer of gray. A brilliant ray of light seemed to have cut through eternity and destroyed half of the buildings in the city. However, that brilliant ray of light froze at this moment. Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. He remembered this place, Xian's hometown, Xingyu City. That eternal ray of light was Ling Hongjian's sword light. At that time, he was seriously injured by Shuanglong from the Shuang family. When he was about to die, it was that girl who used the life crystal to give him the strength to live. The colorful butterflies fluttered gently, leaving behind bright particles, and took the lead to fly towards Xingyu City. They seemed to be in a hurry, and this time they did not wait for Yun Nuoxing. When the latter saw this, he was slightly startled and temporarily put down his emotions. He put away his oil paper umbrella and quickly ran towards the two butterflies. The butterflies circled around Xingyu City, and very quickly they came to a small street in front of the Xian family. Messy clothes were scattered all over the street, and Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed slightly. He swallowed his saliva and quickly turned the corner of the street. On the messy street, there was a black figure lying on the ground. The bright red blood dyed the bluestone floor red, and the cracks of the bricks were filled with the black figure's blood. This scene froze there. Yun Nuoxing subconsciously tightened his grip on his clothes. He still remembered the pain that day, when the long sword pierced through his chest and blood spurted out. That kind of pain made him feel suffocated, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Phew! After panting lightly for a while, Yun Nuoxing finally let go of the hand that was clutching his chest. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and slowly walked towards the him that was lying on the ground. He saw the two butterflies circling around his body. Standing on the bluestone floor that was dyed red, he lowered his head, and the half-exposed side of his face still vaguely resembled the face in his memory. It was a face that he had molded with shui-yan skin for a long time before he was satisfied with it. Unfortunately, it could no longer be used now. In front of the street, there was a slender figure that was frozen in time and seemed to be running in the opposite direction. Her somewhat childish face was filled with uneasiness. That girl was alarmed by me before she even returned that day. If she had walked 2 steps faster, there probably wouldn't be a person called Yun Nuoxing in this world. And so many things that happened later wouldn't have happened. After a long sigh, Yun Nuoxing shook his head with a bitter smile. What was he thinking about? Shua! Mysteriously, Yun Nuoxing took a step forward and walked towards the slender figure. However, just as he took a step forward, the scene in front of him was reshaped and changed, causing him to be slightly startled. Before he could react, the 2 suns in the sky suddenly poured down a brilliant ray of light, causing him to squint his eyes. The scene changed to daytime. Yun Nuoxing opened the oil paper umbrella, holding up a bright red sky to block the dazzling sun. He raised his head and then was startled again. Moreover, when he saw this scene, his heart beat a few beats faster. Pink petals fluttered in the sky, like fairies chasing each other. They were wrapped in a gentle breeze and drifted to the entire city. A pleasant fragrance swayed in the breeze, filling the entire forest. In the entire city, the sun shone down from the sky, and the pink light was reflected in front of him, looking hazy and dreamy. This is the peach blossom forest when I first met Xian. That peach blossom forest wasn't very far from him, and he could enter it with just 2 steps. He still remembered that there was a huge peach tree in that peach blossom forest. At that time, Xian had slept on top of that tree, and it was covered with pink petals that gently covered her body like a quilt. At this moment, the dark purple-winged butterfly gently landed on the road leading to the peach blossom forest. The beautiful butterfly wings only fluttered gently after a long time, as if they were frozen together with time and space. The colorful winged butterfly gently brushed past his face and floated behind him, causing Yun Nuoxing to quickly turn his head. He saw that the colorful winged butterfly had also stopped on the ground, not far away, gently flapping its wings. What do these two butterflies represent? If it's me and Zian, then what does it mean? The two winged butterflies, which had stuck together since he came in, seemed to have parted ways at this moment, with their backs facing each other. Then how should he choose? Which way should he go? How should he break out of this spiritual illusion? The oil paper umbrella that had been gently spinning stopped due to his inner hesitation. His hand gripped the bamboo pole tightly. At this time, on the stone platform in the outside world, 2 of the 3 screens had disappeared, leaving only the last screen standing in the air. In that screen, Yun Nuashing looked at the 2 winged butterflies in a daze, one in front and one behind. This made the audience watching from the outside a little nervous. Inexplicably, their emotions seemed to be connected with his. "Old Bing, shouldn't we pull the divine sun out or turn it off now?" Yan Feng's face twitched slightly. Only one screen was left. The new students of the other 2 levels of difficulty had all come out. At this moment, on the stone platform, hundreds of thousands of students were staring at the huge screen. This was a public execution. After all, this was an illusion created by Yun Nuashing and Zian's memories. With their memories in it, it didn't seem good to let everyone see it. I've already tried. That illusion seems to have been sealed by some kind of power. I can't pull him out. Bing's face twitched. The memories he had just seen, the young man lying on the ground, and the young girl flying over were Yun Nuashing and Zian. However, this screen was connected to the illusion. If the illusion didn't turn off, the screen wouldn't turn off either. God, he's going to be beaten to death by the divine sun. If he knows that he's going to be publicly executed, I'm afraid he'll tear down the Longguang Academy. Yan Feng laughed bitterly. Things were going to get out of hand. Let the 3rd assessment begin. It's better to disperse as much as possible. Thinking of that outcome, Bing's body trembled slightly. He quickly coughed, then waved his sleeves. His indifferent voice, like a bell, spread across the stone platform. Let's not wait anymore. The 3rd and final assessment will begin now. The voice that was suddenly transmitted caused many of the new students to raise their heads. However, their gazes still lingered on the light screen. Their hearts felt as though a cat was scratching at them. They really wanted to know how Yun Nuashing would choose. They even wanted to delay the start of the 3rd test. Bing knew what everyone was thinking, but he wouldn't let it happen. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the mountain range and the 3 majestic peaks in the middle. He said, "Those 3 peaks correspond to the 3 ranks. There's still the immortal rank, half-demon rank, and demon rank. There's a sword stuck in the peak. The one who can pull it out will be the first person in that rank." On the stone platform, there was a burst of astonishment. It couldn't be that simple, right? Of course, when you start to attack the peak, the array of this mountain range will also be activated. There are also all kinds of monsters and demonic beasts that you saw in the 1st assessment. There are also a few demonic beasts around the 7th or 8th rank. By the way, the level of the array won't be low either, Yan Feng said with a faint smile. Hiss! Countless freshmen were stunned. Then their faces turned bitter. It wasn't that simple. The one who pulls out the sword will be rewarded with 1 million energy value. The first person to reach the peak will be rewarded with 500,000 energy value. The second person will be rewarded with 400,000 energy value, and so on. Bing turned his head and looked at the screen. He said, "The top 10 will be able to head to the Sword God Pavilion. If you're lucky, you might be able to pick up a half-god rank weapon, a mortal rank profound art, or some kind of treasure." Immortal rank. On the stone platform, countless freshmen sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the older students had envy in their eyes. A immortal rank profound art. Any immortal rank profound art in the Azure Cloud Pavilion would cost more than 10 million energy value. It was something that countless experts would go crazy for. It was a fatal attraction to both freshmen and older students. By the way, if you feel that you can't snatch it and stay here, your energy value will be deducted. At this moment, Bing indifferently said, causing the faces of the freshmen, who were smiling bitterly, to turn pale. Damn it. Even if you can't snatch it, you still have to go. When the seniors heard this, they were startled for a moment. There wasn't such a rule in the past. After all, there were quite a number of powerful characters among the freshmen. Most of them knew their own limits and knew how difficult it was to snatch those 30 spots among the 100,000 freshmen. Therefore, there were many who chose to give up and not fight for it, leaving the battlefield to those powerful people. However, they didn't think too much about it. They just assumed that the elder couldn't bear to watch and wanted everyone to fight for it, making the assessment even more intense. All right, there are no other rules. Let's begin. Yanfeng waved his sleeves and laughed softly. Soon after, a majestic metallic clang resounded across the area. Just like the first assessment, countless energy auras were released after Yanfeng's voice sounded. Then, densely packed human figures covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards the mountain range like a group of reincarnated evil spirits. While the numerous new students were moving about, countless energy light pillars rushed towards the sky from within the mountain range. Numerous azure formations penetrated through the air, causing the mountain range to instantly become abnormally chaotic. Looking at the numerous older students below, Yanfeng originally wanted to say something to send this group of small fries away. However, Bing stopped him and softly transmitted, "In the past, the freshman assessment didn't confine the older students. If we chase them away, it is inevitable that they will think of something." Hearing this, Yanfeng could only smack his lips. He looked at the older students, who were still looking at the light screen with great interest, and helplessly sighed. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, "This damned illusion realm. It was fine in the past. Why did it suddenly break?" Bing also bitterly laughed. He also didn't know.